race, the green flag will fly at 1:15. Reporting from 16th Street, Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Ryan is at the gate. Johnette is on the other side.
So I actually am right inside the gates, right in front of the pagoda right now. And so far, they just turned on the music. We have some people here on the inside. Obviously, it's people with passes and things of that nature getting ready to go. We see lots of vendors starting to get prepared for the day. But you can already, even though there's not a lot of people around, you can already feel the excitement of just the vendors getting set up and people just excited for the day to experience an amazing race. So let's do this, Indianapolis. Johnette Cruz, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
If you end up needing help on race day, the people to look for are wearing yellow shirts, and that's what they're called, yellow shirts. Michael Marion is glad to be inside the Speedway well before dawn to do his part for the greatest spectacle in racing.
Well, I think the most special part is right now, getting in here when it's still dark out before the track comes alive and be able to see the sunrise and the fireworks go off and really get the day started great.
Marion says he's been a yellow shirt now for 3 years. You may wonder what the plan is to keep these traditions going. Worth Shirer is at the Speedway this morning for a college work-study program.
So I'm part of the college program here. We've got a bunch of college students that come out for the whole month and also come out for the race weekends here. We're doing a bunch of different stuff. We've got people, checking credentials at all the gates, checking, scanning tickets, stuff like that. I'm part of a group called Tent Crew, and we do a bunch of setup in like all the suite areas. Whenever the client services team needs stuff like moved out of suites, we help move furniture out there.
As you file into the Speedway, keep the apps open on WIBC. You'll get what you need to get your race day going right here. I'm Chris Davis on the level, on the go, and at WIBC.com. Coming up right from inside the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and from here at WIBC Studios, you'll get traffic and Tony Katz and JMV.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Indiana. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Marco Andretti. When you hit the pump, make a better choice for your wallet and the environment. Fuel up with an Indiana corn ethanol blend. Unleaded 88 contains up to 15% ethanol and can be used in virtually every car, while that yellow cap or Flex Fuel logo means you can grab the E85 pump. No matter which one you choose, you are lowering the greenhouse gas emissions and your bill to fill. So next time you get to empty, choose an ethanol blend for your refill. Find a station at incornandsoy.org/ethanol. This message is brought to you by Indiana's corn farmers and their checkoff.
The biggest party on dirt is back at Eldora Speedway, July 16th through 19th for the Kings Royal and High Limit Jokers Jackpot. Buy your tickets today at eldoraspeedway.com.
Your Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent is here to help guide you through the process, so you don't have to go it alone. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Let's insurance together.
A yard of bricks, 2.5 miles of hot asphalt, 200 laps, 500 miles, 109 years of tradition, where drivers become heroes and heroes become legends.
Get on with an Irsay AJ Foyt, John Cock, Rick Mears becomes
the tradition returns to May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is Race Day.
Race Day in Indianapolis, and oh, what a day.
Brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store. It's the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 on 93 WIPC and 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
The cannon has sounded, which means your army is on the advance. And here at Pagoda Plaza, looking at tunnel number 6, the Army is heading forth, ready to do battle for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Welcome, everybody, to Race Day. This is May. I'm Tony Katz, alongside JMV, 93 WIBC, and 93.5, 107.5. The Fan. The temperatures are cool, and they are expected to be cool all day, which means very fast racing for a race that has nothing but drama and serious implications long-term for the entire IndyCar Series. JMV, who you heard just crushing it last night if you weren't here. There are stories being told. I don't know where you start with this race, but let's start with weather not being the factor, speed being the story.
Well, I think obviously the soap opera that took place for the better part of the week is one thing, but this today is going to be about racing. And you can see the Penske cars that go to the back. The one thing you noticed, Tony, on Friday and that final day of practice is the one driver that was getting around and maneuvering better than everybody else, and he has been the winning driver the past 2 years, and that is Joseph Newgarden, and that is definitely somebody we are going to watch over the course of this race. We would anyway because of the controversy, even more so by the performance in that final day of practice, Tony, on Friday.
225.687 miles per hour was Joseph Newgarden on carb day, the fastest time on a carb day, but it was Takuma Sato in second, starting in position 2, as opposed to Newgarden, who's in position 32.
Talented and showing it once again. We've seen him win it before as well. This is the guy that you would have to take. It's kind of interesting, too, and I'm sure we'll get to the pole sitter, Robert Schwartzman, who just had an incredible weekend last weekend. Kind of wonder what it's going to look like in terms of a guy for the first time here with a team for the first time here, Tony.
We will get to all of that, but right now, Matt Bear is in the WIBC Traffic Center with the latest to get you to the track. What's up, Matt?
What's happening, fellas? Looking at the West Side Speedway. Good morning. Southbound 465 to Crawfordsville Road. That ramp is backed up right now past 74, as you could expect. Also, Georgetown Road is closed south of 25th. And in front of the Speedway on 16th Street, those westbound lanes jammed up, as we expected. Mormon Avenue to Tibbs, and then continuing into the roundabout eastbound lanes also are going to be loaded up for the duration from Crawfordsville Road, and this delay stretches out to Tibbs right now, just so you know where those start and begin. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, just in time for Memorial Day. Sullivan Hardware and Garden, get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
My name's Craig Landers. I'm a union laborer for Local 120, and I'm a member of the Veteran Steering Committee and been retired for 7 years.
For members of the Laborers International Union of North America, giving back is part of their commitment to the Indy community.
I like to help veterans and family downtown. Part of the building burnt down that housed the veterans that lived there. So we donated money to help out. They lost everything they had. I mean, didn't have much, but they lost what they did have.
When the Indy community needs help, LiUNA steps up.
People bring in clothes and shoes and food. We had a couple car shows and donated the proceeds to the Veteran Suicide Prevention.
This is Chris Brickey, Business Manager of Labor's Local 120. While all our members are skilled, highly trained men and women, we are also your friends, neighbors, Little League coaches, and volunteers here in Indy.
Pretty good to help them guys out. That's a good feeling to help people out.
We build Indy for good jobs and stronger communities. We are LiUNA Local 120.
We have got 50 degrees on Pagoda Plaza. It is a beautiful sight. JMV, Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
Tune into the flavors of Sun King Brewery. With 6 family-friendly tap rooms across central Indiana, Sun King is your go-to destination for award-winning craft beer, tantalizing cocktails, CBD seltzers, and delightful bites from local food partners. Coming soon, a 7th Sun King tap room in Westfield. Whether you're craving a refreshing pint, a crafted cocktail, or an alcohol-free experience, Sun King has you covered. Come taste the difference at Sun King, an Indy original.
Cruise the course in style. Performance Power Sports of Indiana is proud to carry the full line of EasyGo golf carts. Built tough, built smart, and built to go beyond the links with genuine USA craftsmanship. On the course, around the neighborhood, or in your own backyard, EasyGo delivers performance you can count on with both gas and electric powered models for every taste. Go to PerformancePowersportsIN.com to see the inventory or stop by the showrooms in Frankfort and Whitestown, Zionsville. Performance Power Sports of Indiana, your one-stop shop for outdoor adventure.
In the construction business and can't find what you need? Quality Supply and Tool has served Hoosiers for over a quarter of a century. Tom Hawk is the branch manager of the Indy location on South Harding Street.
We've always been big on keeping our shelves fully stocked of inventory of industrial-grade tools, concrete, masonry products, as well as the necessary accessories to help get the job done. You don't have it, you can't sell it. Our experience allows us to help with getting the pros as well as the weekend pro taken care of.
Quality Supply and Tool also has locations in Bloomington, Lafayette, and Jeffersonville to help you think outside the box. Store.
Your Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent is here to help you navigate all the ins and outs of insurance.
That's right. Julie's always there for me. She's the best.
Nice. Your agent knows.
My girl Julie. Jules, the crown jewel. Julie Jukebox. Yours, Julie.
When you've got an agent who knows...
Jewel Belt. Jewel Log. Julie Noted.
You call your agent all these nicknames?
Not yet, but I totally could. It's all cool with Jewel.
Get to know an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent, and you'll never have to go it alone. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Let's insurance together.
This is race day.
The rookie driver will lead the field to the green flag.
The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
He's got it out of the short chute. Newgarden by 3 car lengths. Leading out of turn 4, Mark James. Joseph Newgarden with a strong run into turn number 3. Padua Ward makes a run, but he will not catch it. Joseph Newgarden goes back to back. He makes the improbable finish into turn number 3. He makes the pass, makes it stick. Joseph Newgarden goes back to back, wins the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Padua Ward finishes second. Scott Dixon third. Alexander Rossi fourth, and Alex Below completes the top 5.
We are here on Pagoda Plaza at the Command Center, the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Great people, 50 degrees as we discussed in JMV. We talk storylines.
We do.
For every single race that we get to be at as we sit on Pagoda Plaza. Come by, say hello, bring drinks, bring snacks. We accept all. There is a series of stories that we could decide is number one. I don't know how the Penske controversy isn't number one, but I wanted to know from a guy who covers these things like you do. Is the rear attenuator story the idea of kind of fusing these two pieces together, which clearly Penske has been doing for a while? It was on Joseph Newgarden's winning car last year as well. People have said it's just about aesthetics and not about getting an advantage, but it still violates the code from IndyCar. Is this as big of a deal as people has made it?
Yeah, it was, because you're talking about the guy that owns the track, owns the series, and that's his team. That's incredibly good at what they do, and you cannot compromise the level of integrity. Hey, Tony, it did not make a difference, and it's not going to make a difference, but it's always going to be viewed as cheating, which it was, and an edge. Thus, some consequences had to come down. And as we saw earlier this week, Tony, essentially what Roger Penske did with his race team is you fire your general manager, your offensive and defensive coordinators the week leading up to the Super Bowl. In terms of how that has an impression on this Indianapolis 500, that's what he did. That is magnified, even though the outcome, and I talked to many drivers earlier this week, and you're not really worried about that. You're just worried about the integrity of a team whose owner owns everything else here.
So Roger Penske, in the wake of this, fires the team president, Tim Cindric. As you mentioned, the offensive defensive coordinator, strategist for Will Power and Joseph Newgarden. They get moved to the back of the field, starting 32 and 33, Newgarden at 32, Will Power at 33. Each team gets fined $100,000, which for Roger Penske is not a lot of money. As you know, Penske, how personally did he take the violation?
No, it's the integrity thing, and it violates that. It violates really what this place is supposed to be about. And the moment it hit the front page headlines in the fashion in which he did, and you had other teams screaming about it, and investigative folks going over to the museum and checking out the winning car of a year ago, something was going to have to happen. So they did all these different levels. They come to the level of, all right, so we're going to have to send your team members to the back, while at the same time, Roger Penske felt you had to go even further and making changes within his own championship organization.
Right. The penalties coming, of course, in terms of moving of the field from Doug Boles, not only the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but the president of IndyCar. We'll discuss the future that this has on IndyCar coming up in a little bit. But right now, Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center, getting you to the track safely. What's up, Matt?
What's happening, Tony? Looking in Speedway right now. Southbound 465 going to Crawfordsville Road. And that ramp is slow right now as you make your exit. Also, looking at westbound Crawfordsville Road, US 136 stop-and-go traffic going outbound westbound right now, starting at Girls School Road. 25th Street now closed south of Georgetown. This is going to be Georgetown Road closed south of 25th Street, as we can expect. And, of course, 16th Street is jammed up in both directions from Tibbs Avenue to the roundabout in front of the Speedway. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, just in time for Memorial Day at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their great selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg, plus Gosney Pizza Ovens. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
We've got 50 degrees on Pagoda Plaza here at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Higher Hensley, that's JMV. I'm Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
In New York, it's the Pacers and the Knickerbockers.
It's happening with the Indiana Pacers.
Siakam with a right-hand finish.
It's happening here.
Siakam's had a hot first quarter. Siakam, he's red hot early, and he hits a three. And Siakam takes it the distance.
The official home of the Indy sports fan.
Siakam continues to dominate. Dunked by Siakam, who now has 30.
Defensive rebound, playing fast, they're wearing on him.
Sports Radio 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Let's talk education. Is your child's school providing them with the knowledge and values they'll need in life? Do you worry about what they may be taught in the hallways and even in the classroom? Do you feel like they're safe when they go to school? What about things other than just academics? Is your child's school supportive of your family's beliefs? Your child is not stuck where they are. You and your child have options. You could get a tuition voucher worth approximately $6,000 to attend a private school. Over 75,000 Indiana kids already have. Many kids excel with the high standards, small class sizes, and more individual attention provided by private schools. Don't settle for something that doesn't feel right. You don't have to choose between your values and their education. Make a choice. Make a change. Visit myschooloptions.org. That's myschooloptions.org.
Paid for by the Institute for Quality Education.
A retirement lifestyle that's vibrant, engaging, and tailored to you. Welcome to Westminster Village North, where active seniors find more than just a place to live, they find a place to thrive. Spacious apartments and beautiful walking trails, top-tier healthcare, and enriching activities. Independent living, assisted living, memory care, and healthcare available. Westminster Village North, where home is more than a place, it's a feeling. Call 317-823-6841 or go to westminstervillage.com to experience it for yourself.
BJ Nichols and six-time IndyCar champion Scott Dixon.
Scott, you know watches and race cars have a lot in common? Both are engineered for precision and built to perform.
Exactly. And when it comes to watches and jewelry, I trust the experts at Reese Nichols to deliver the same excellence I expect from my pit crew.
From race-ready watches to designer jewelry and stunning diamond rings, we've got it all.
And at Reese Nichols, I can count on gifts that will always take the checkered flag.
From start to finish, we've got you covered. Reese Nichols Jewelers, Keystone at the Crossing, Greenwood, and at reesenichols.com.
Your Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent is there to help guide you through each step of the insurance process.
Yeah, my agent's awesome. Jeff gives great advice, helps me figure things out. He's kind of like a dad to me.
Oh, that's great. Your agent
He's just got such a dad vibe, you know?
Sure. And your agent
I kind of want to get him a tie. I wish there was like an insurance agent's day or something, you know, because he's not really my dad.
Get to know an Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent, and you'll never have to go it alone. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Let's insurance together.
The Memorial Day sale is on at Sundown Gardens in Westfield. 20% off container trees and shrubs, 30% off pottery. 186th Street and Spring Mill Road, sundown.gardens.com.
Don't miss country music icon Dwight Yoakam with special guest The Mavericks live Thursday, June 5th at Everwise Amphitheater at White River State Park. Tickets at livenation.com.
The
biggest party on dirt is back at Eldora Speedway July 16th through 19th for the Kings Royal and High Limit Jokers Jackpot. Buy your tickets today at eldoraspeedway.com.
As they approach the yard of bricks, less than 3 car lengths.
This is Race Day, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
It's Jeff from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm looking for consistency. Sure, it's easy to pick a guy like Alex Palou who's winning everything in sight. It's easy to pick somebody that's right there on the front row. I'm going for consistency. He's a one-time winner. I think he gets it done again. I like where he's starting. I like how he's been driving. I think it's time for Scott Dixon, the Kiwi, to come up big one more time. That's my pick to win the 2025 Indy 500, and I can't wait for the race to get going. Hope you enjoy it all day right here. For Race Day, I'm Jeff Rickard for 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Scott Dixon is not a bad pick inside
Somebody does it every year.
Of row number 2. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC. We are here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. People are walking in, feeling good, looking good. And this month of May, we get to say, JMV,
yes,
Pacers and Racers, Game 3 tonight. The Pacers are up 2-0 against the hapless, hopeless, choking New York Knicks. Notice how I've given up all my New York bona fides.
Yeah, that's good.
I have gone full homer, ladies and gentlemen. JMV, describe this team in a word if you can.
You just described it. It's a team. It's a team that plays with tempo, and it's a team that will wear you out. It's the most physical team in the NBA, and not because of their brawn and their strength. It's because of their physicality and the pace of play and the depth that they have, and it wears other teams out. We have seen it with teams like the Cavaliers. With that first-round series against the Bucks, it wears you down, it gets you injured, and with this Knicks team at the end of both games, you can see their situation fade because you've got a group of dudes that have played big minutes against a team that has depth and is more fresh. It's a team concept. It should be sweeping the NBA. If the Pacers certainly sweep the Knicks out of the Eastern Conference Finals, which is a possibility.
Well, let's not give the Kavorka.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. They're 3-4-0.
You got to turn around 3 times and spit. Don't do that.
Really?
I want it.
I think if you say if, I said if. I phrased it correctly. If.
I want to talk about this tempo thing. Now, first of all, a little bit of luck goes a long way. The shot descended to overtime by Halliburton. Some of those last-minute heroics that have taken place. But this is the NBA. These guys are all professionals. What is it about the tempo of the Pacers that you see outshines the rest of the league?
They pick you up 94 feet for one, and nobody else does that on the reg as they do in the NBA. And they're able to do it and still maintain their pace and their freshness, and they do that because they have so much depth. So that is their key. Their offense dictates really on both sides here, both what they do in terms of offensive ability and defensive prowess. And it has, a year ago, it certainly was more pronounced because their defense was not what it should be. His defense is better, and a lot of that is made because of their level of offense. Other teams just find it incredibly tough to keep up. But you're going to have a motivated Knicks team at 8 o'clock later on tonight, down 0-2 in that best of 7. Next 2 games at Gainbridge Fieldhouse beginning tonight.
Talking to JMV, I'm Tony Katz. We're here at Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley getting ready for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Come say hello. Bring snacks. Bring drinks. The tempo conversation. Is this Coach Carlisle who set this in motion, or was this something discovered as this team started to gel?
I think that's what they wanted when they put the personnel together. I mean, it just all makes a great deal of sense. For example, when you bring in Tyrese Halliburton, and people suggest all the time, whether he's an elite level player, that debate's been raging. Is he overrated? He is not, because he puts his team in position to score. You look across the board, these guys can't do it on their own most of the time. Occasionally, yes, but he gets the ball to where they need it to their best of their ability to score and to be productive. And he is the straw that stirs, and then you surround him with guys that just do the thing. Pascal Siakam said it after the 39-point effort in game number 2 the other night. It doesn't matter on this team who scores the points. All that matters with us is we win, and that is the team group effort. You don't see it a lot, Tony, in the NBA. Normally you got a couple of elite-level players, and that's normally the combination to win. But with the Pacers, it is a team effort. It is the depth. It is the tempo, the pace of play, and that has been magical. By the way, too, we are now entering a golden era for Pacer sports and entertainment. Golden era with the Pacers, because this is not just this year. This can move forward too. That's why Stephen Simon's going to have to pay some guys. He had a layer of the luxury tax maybe they haven't before, but you have the Indiana fever as well. Even with the loss to the Liberty yesterday and Caitlin Clark, this is a golden era of Pacer sports and entertainment in which we're now growing to be a part of right now.
I think it was the first game she has had where she didn't hit a three-point shot, which is pretty incredible stuff. We have much to get to right now. Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center with the latest. What's going on?
Good morning, fellas. Looking in Speedway, of course, southbound 465. Stop-and-go traffic beginning before 34th Street to Crawfordsville Road. It's on the exit ramp, so if you're trying to peel off to Crawfordsville Road, you have a wait as expected here this morning, maybe starting a little bit earlier. As we check out Keystone Avenue right now, that looks fine. I'm looking at 16th Street in front of the Speedway, and the westbound lanes are stopped after Lafayette Road all the way to the roundabout, and same thing if you're going eastbound, like towards Indianapolis from the roundabout to Tibbs Avenue. We have our delays there. And then checking out, this is going to be Georgetown Road shutdown south of 25th. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. Just in time for Memorial Day at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. Get 30% off all patio furniture, wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
49 degrees here at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Higher Hensley on Pagoda Plaza. JMV, Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
A quick question for dads. Is your child's school providing them with the skills they'll need to succeed in the real world? Do you feel like they're safe when they go to school? Do you worry about bullying and drugs? Are they getting a solid foundation in the basics, core subjects like math, reading, and science? How about after-school programs? Does your child have access to quality activities like clubs, arts, and sports? If the neighborhood school isn't working for your child, they're not stuck where they are. You and your child have options. Your child can choose another school, one that's a better fit. There are opportunities for your child to attend other traditional public schools, public charter schools, private school, or there's virtual or homeschool learning, whatever fits best for your kid. Don't settle. Get your child the education they deserve. Make a choice. Make a change. Visit myschooloptions.org. That's myschooloptions.org.
Paid for by the Institute for Quality Education.
No memory of hitting the car, no memory of the accident at all. I broke my pelvis, fractured a couple of vertebrae, tore my rotator cuff, broke stuff. My outcome. When it happens, hire Hensley.
Your Indiana Farm Bureau insurance agent is here to help you navigate all the ins and outs of insurance.
That's right. Julie's always there for me. She's the best.
Nice.
race day means big predictions. Do you know who you think's going to win the race?
I would love to see history. I would love to see Elio Castroneves win 5 or Joseph Newgarden win 3 in a row. But if I'm making a prediction, I think Pato Award finally gets it done this year.
My husband is really rooting for Pato this year as well. I always got to go with my favorite, my boy, Santino Ferrucci.
I like it. We are Annie and Cole on Hank FM. Enjoy the 109th running of the Indy 500.
Who doesn't love a guy with a haircut as good as Ferrucci?
Are you jealous?
Oh, no. My hair crushes his any day of the week and twice on Sunday. I will tell him to his face.
You're going to put your hair up against his any day, huh?
Any day. Listen,
gotcha.
I don't mean to brag, but I look fantastic today. We are here, 93 WIBC, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, Pagoda Plaza here at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. And there are a lot of great stories, a lot of possible winners, as we always note. Some people who've just had some unbelievable times and incredible opportunities in qualifying. But nothing beats the Robert Schwartzman story. Out of nowhere, we're talking about in just this year, coming in 24th, coming in 28th on those road courses, hitting his first oval with a team, Prema, that's doing their first Indy 500, really first IndyCar, and they take the pole with incredible speed and confidence. What say you?
Well, here's what I say. It's going to be interesting, I think, to see Tony at the start of the race and how long that may last, because he's a guy, I think, a team in qualifying, and it's been incredible, but you wonder if you got a guy like Sato, Award, and that top 6 right there, that's a fast group. There's no doubt about that. Now, it doesn't matter if you don't lead the first 3 or whatever, but you wonder how those are going to be breathing down his neck at the beginning and how he handles that from the pole position. Again, given what you just stated, the lack of what he has ever seen on an oval, and that situation is going to be a lot different for him for real. And it does get real coming up later on today for Robert Schwartzman, but it has been one hell of a month for he and his team, for sure.
I think you bring up a very interesting point, that qualifying is qualifying, and it is impressive. No one's going to take this away from Robert Schwartzman or Team Prema. But the race is the race. And as you're saying, it's a very different beast.
Yeah, you're going to go down 350K. You're going to look at that first turn, and it's going to tighten up on you, too. So we'll see the reaction. It has been a fantastic month for he and that team, but he's got some talented drivers, Tony, around him, especially in that top 6. We'll talk about this a little bit later on. Felix Rosenqvist is a guy I like, too. Not many people except for me are talking about him right now. Yeah, not only does he have the speed, but he also has the Creed. The Creed on the side of his ride, the livery. When you have Scott Stapp of Creed, the rock band riding shotgun with you, then to me, I think you've already won. So we'll see where I go coming up at the end of the show. It's going to be hard-pressed for me to go against a guy with speed and Creed.
Rosenqvist in the middle of row 2, coming in 231.987 miles per hour. That was his qualifying time right there. That top 6 really is something. But we go back to the whole Penske drama. Should that Fast 12 have included some other people? We will get to that from the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they
in the middle of row 6. We are here on Pagoda Plaza in the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Tony Katz at JMV 93.5. 107.5 The Fan and 93 WIBC. That man is Mark Janes. He is the voice of the greatest radio broadcast in the history of sports. Sorry, JMV.
Yes.
And you were saying these temperatures make you happy.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a lot like Friday, and based upon that, it's going to be a competitive race. I mean, these are perfect conditions for these cars and these drivers for sure. And I just, every year we wonder what we're going to do for an encore. We may find out later today.
You said a lot like Friday, so that you can get a lot of data from Friday and carry that over. Because oftentimes, it's certainly during qualifying, that was not at all the case, but it's different going into this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Different setup and everything. And I mean, they got kind of an advanced look at it on last Monday, the day after qualifying. But I think really they have a pretty good idea of what setup they're going to put on the race car and how they're going to do, because I remember thinking during the day on Friday, looking at the forecast for Sunday, that it was going to be identical. And so it's a picture perfect conditions. Thank you, Mother Nature.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
This whole hybrid move, the amount of horsepower that it's adding, the 110 pounds, give or take, it's adding to the car. How much has it changed things out here?
Well, I think it's changed the strategy to the point to where I'm not sure a lot of teams have it necessarily figured out, and some have told us that. I mean, they're still figuring out exactly when to deploy it and when not to deploy it. I think they're also trying to figure out how to best handle that weight addition to the car, 100-plus pounds. Now, some have speculated that one of the reasons why Alex Palou and Scott Dixon have done so well this year is because they have that figured out, the balance of the race car, if you will. And so they'll continue to figure it out. We'll see who figures out the balance the best today.
How's Davey Hamilton, your sidekick there in the booth? How does he describe the hybrid and how drivers and teams try to work that through strategy?
Well, you know, Davey is going to be able to provide a lot of insight to us once we get to Detroit, because we cut Davey loose. He's actually the race strategist for Jack Harvey this weekend. He's been working with Ryan Reinbold Racing, so we'll have Anders Krohn back in the booth with us.
What does Davey say, though, as far as trying to deal with that? Because I don't know if I've ever heard him describe it. To me, I don't get it, but I know that the strategy changes from team to team, strategist to strategist.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is when to deploy it, and making sure that you're not attempting to deploy it when it's not deployable. And when is the biggest benefit? Is it a bigger benefit the straightaway? Is it a bigger benefit to the turns? And on and on and on. And I think let's keep in mind, we got it about 3/4 of the way through the season last year at Mid-Ohio, and so
which is kind of odd.
Yeah, it is for sure. But they wanted to get a good baseline going into the off season and be able to use it during testing and whatnot. So I think as this year continues to progress, more and more teams will be able to answer that very question, because quite frankly, John, I don't think a lot of teams still have the right answer to that.
Mark Janes, he is the voice. You will be hearing him on 93 WIBC. Call the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Thanks for stopping by. Matt Bear in the WIBC Traffic Center. What do you got for us?
All right, Tony, looking in Speedway right now, southbound 465, the exit to West 38th Street is starting to back up as we make that exit onto 30th Street. Head
of it. Vamos, Pato. Time to drink the milk.
Honestly, anytime Kevin Bowen is saying Vamos Pato,
it's like some Spanish 1 right there level stuff.
that is
Impressive.
world class. Who knew that he was not bilingual?
No, I know. It's shocking right there.
It's JMV. It's Tony Katz. We are here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens higher Hensley, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. And let's be clear, Pato Award is a story. Twice a bridesmaid, never a bride. He has been twice in the last 3 years at this race. There's a level of frustration. There's a level of I can taste it. At some moment, does it get into your head, JMV?
There's a combination of it right there, too. You know, you got the talent. You know, you've been close to that before, but you haven't received the honor to put yourself in that position. And today may be that day, as you mentioned as well. And certainly one of the more popular drivers in the paddock you can look for with Pato Award. The talent is there. We'll see if he's also riding along with a little bit of good fortune, Tony, later on today.
Not only talented, but also outspoken. Certainly had his say regarding what happened
kind of got the
with
ball
Penske.
rolling, I thought, last week.
Right? Saying that those guys shouldn't have been in the Fast 12.
Right.
Talking about Joseph Newgarden and Will Power because of the rear attenuator issue. I've always thought that IndyCar is kind of fascinating. That doesn't... There are plenty of personalities, but it doesn't have the kind of... I'm going to say fights, JMV. The kind of...
We don't have the black cat, the white
There's
hat
no
kind of
heel.
thing.
There, you
Yeah.
know,
Right.
But is a little bit of that coming? That's what I'm asking you, JMV. It's a little bit of that.
It's a little bit of that? No, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think anybody really stands out to be that type of person right now. I don't think there's anybody close to it. I don't know if there's anybody close to it in NASCAR or any form of racing right now, to be honest. I just don't know if that particular personality that you describe any longer exists.
No?
No, I don't think so.
I
mean, like Kyle Busch, maybe in NASCAR, maybe that's about it.
Well, if we go back in IndyCar history, there were definitely some strong personalities taking place.
We look at Mario Andretti as the most decorated, most popular driver maybe of all time right here. What's up, buddy? But yeah, back in, for example, the 80s when I used to come here, there would be a cheer when Tom Carnegie would say, and Mario slowing down. They would cheer that. They don't do that anymore. He's revered as one of the greatest to ever do it. So it's just kind of weird how things play out over the course of years. I just don't think that there's a heel, as you described, that exists in really any form of racing right now. I could be wrong, but that's just what I see.
I am very curious if it's coming back. Meanwhile, I sent out John in a pedal cab.
You did.
Right there. To bring us food. I gave him cash. I said, go get us all the weirdest stuff. He has brought me a pretzel. He brought me this is a coffee thing right here.
That's what you get for your Hyundai right there.
Right. I gave him a bunch of cash. We're going to see what he's trying to pocket. But no, he's going. He's going right now to get some more stuff. That's a good man right there. John, the pedal cab, if you need one, he's there for you. Right now, Matt Bear is going to bring you traffic. Make sure you get to the track safe and sound. Matt Bear, what do you got for us?
All right, fellas, looking at the west side, and a couple of ramps backed up right now from southbound 465, jammed if you're going to Crawfordsville Road, and jammed if you're going to 38th Street. If you're heading northbound 465, you will be slow as you make your exit to Crawfordsville Road. Of course, Georgetown Road closed south of 25th, 16th Street stopped in front of the Speedway if you're heading towards the track from the city center, and you will stop after Lafayette Road. That goes all the way to the roundabout. Same with going away from the track like you're heading eastbound from the roundabout out to Tibbs Avenue. Traffic sponsored by
93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC. Cool temperatures right now, 50 degrees. Never seen so many people in sweaters and Daisy Dukes in my life.
That's pretty good combination
JMV,
right there. Yeah.
He is, turns out, a fan of the combo. But whether
depends on who's wearing it, Tony.
Weather becomes a story because weather like this, cool weather, means speed, JMV.
Yeah, and we were talking to Mark James, the voice of the greatest spectacle in racing, a little bit earlier. He said the Friday conditions going to mirror the conditions today. So you get a lot of data, a lot of knowledge, a little education from Friday, and you transfer that to today. So probably a fast, really tight-looking speed type of race, which is everybody loves, as we well know. Once you get a day like today out here, and the 109th, Tony, weather-wise, looks just like that.
It is a beautiful, beautiful morning, and it looks like an incredible day of racing. More food has arrived from my man John in the pedal cab, but we'll take it to Matt Baer in the WIBC Traffic Center and see what we got.
Well, thanks.
All right, good morning, fellas. Looking at the exit ramp from southbound 465 to Crawfordsville Road, that is backed up, as well as the exit from southbound
109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
So I got to meet this driver in person on Community Day and found out he started kart racing at only 5 years old and placing in competitions at the age of 7. Talking about car number 14, Santino Ferrucci. He was even featured in GQ magazine as a karting prodigy at only 11 years old, and then went pro with the SBF 2000 Winter Series at the age of 14. From there, he started placing in F3 and F2 races, even was a development driver in Formula One, then moved to both NASCAR and IndyCar at the age of 20. His first Indy 500 was in 2019, and after moving from the 23rd starting position to finishing in 7th place, he rightfully earned Rookie of the Year for 2019. This is going to be his 7th run in the greatest spectacle in racing. He's with the prestigious A.J. Foyt Racing Enterprises team, which A.J. Foyt was who I loved growing up, and he's right here from the good old USA, born and raised in Connecticut. I feel that 7 is the key for him. He has a birthday coming up. He turns 27 on May 31st. This is his 7th run, and even his car, number 14, is divisible by 7. So my pick for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 is car number 14, Santino Ferrucci. For Race Morning, I'm Mindy Winkler from 97.1 Hank FM.
Yeah. That, again.
Very detailed description
Right?
of why Mindy decided to select the winning driver.
And I don't know if I totally
It's
believe
better than
her.
mine. I just said because he's got Creed on the side of his car.
That's just not it. JMV, Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5, The Fan, and 93 WIBC. Here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. There are people who are fan favorites. There are people that are loved and adored. But I want to go down this list as we go through this entire starting grid. And there are the long shots from people who are proven. No one has been discussing this year, JMV, as we get ready for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, the drive for 5. Helio Castroneves still in this, solidly qualified. There's been no talk. There has been no drama. But he's there. He continues to be there. He wasn't there having to do last chance qualifying, solidly in this field.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, always a threat, and obviously a threat to do something nobody's ever done, but not a lot being talked about with Helio Castroneves in the month of May so far. So we'll see with Meyershank Racing and what he has been able to do in the past. Maybe hang around long enough. We talk about the good fortune that always takes place if you win this thing, or has to take place if you win this thing, and hang around long enough, stay out of trouble. Maybe you can, and I would have to say this. I don't know if you agree or not. If that were to take place, biggest story that you could have right here without a doubt, considering the circumstances that nobody has ever done that.
It's just amazing that such an opportunity is also considered at this stage the longest shot because of people like Alex Palou, who has won 4 out of 5.
Well, there's a lot of
because of the Schwartzman story. Because of Pato twice being a bridesmaid. Takuma Sato in the middle of row 1, he has won this thing twice, and I'm hearing he's running today with fractured ribs. That's what I've been hearing. That that crash absolutely did affect him, and he's doing it. I need some confirmation on that.
Well, Sato, Award, Palou, I mentioned Rosenquist, Dixon going for number 2 at some point. People think he's going to. How about Marcus Ericsson is another guy as well? I talked to him last week, and that was a guy that you would think also as a former winner in 2022 can put himself in a position. It is a very storied, very talented grid, to say the least, and a lot of things you would think would have to happen getting back to LAO for him to navigate that and do something that nobody has ever done, but that would be a tremendous storyline without question.
Let's take a look at traffic as people are heading into the track. The crowd filling up here on Pagoda Plaza. Matt Bear, what do you got for us?
Good morning, race fans. Looking at southbound 465 exiting 238th Street. That ramp is now backed up. It's going to be slow as you make your way to the track this morning.
Briggs, less than 3 car lengths.
This is Race Day, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
His car has the colors of the Italian flag on it. Remember Teo Fabi, an Italian that won the pole as a rookie at Indianapolis. Could Robert Schwartzman do the same? We will see. Works his way now between turns 3 and 4. Bottom of the racetrack, and then exiting turn 4 is Robert Schwartzman.
3-lap average right now is 232.792, which is faster than Sato. Lap number 4, did he do it? 232.785, and yes, he did. The 4-lap average for Robert Schwartzman, 232.790 miles per hour. What a story.
Robert, congrats. You celebrated Pole Sunday with what meal?
McDonald's.
You went to McDonald's.
But there is a reason for it. Like, okay, Mac is, first of all, the Mac is good. You cannot overeat it. You know, it's like a cheat meal. But, you know, after I've just finished the pole position, I've been brought like for 5 hours straight for interviews and pictures and all of the kind of sort of media stuff. So I didn't even had a moment to grab anything to eat. So I was like, okay, I came out, it was 11 o'clock, and I was like, everything is closed. So like, there was nothing. What else can you do? You just go, you're hungry, you want to eat, so you're like, okay, McDonald's.
There we go. Anything in particular?
What was the order?
Yeah.
It was McChicken with McChicken nuggets and a bit of fries.
That sounds delicious. you aren't the first person to have a Sunday order McChicken and chicken nuggets from McDonald's.
How many laps, if it's a 200-lap race, okay, break it down for me, and maybe it's different year to year, I don't know, but you know, the different, if you break down the race, where are you from when you want to be in position, you know, how is the first 20 different than the second 20, et cetera, et cetera?
I would say 80 laps, I need to be in the top 10. And from there, top 10, it's going to be hard to pass. I mean, if you see the races, it's going to be a lot of people playing around, and especially with the hybrid, you're going to be able to defend. And but yeah, I would say in the last 50 laps, you got to be a top 3, no question about it.
Really? Okay. Now, do you, other than your teammates, that goes without saying, right? Are there other drivers that you know or that you talk to ahead of time to have the conversation of, hey, just out of curiosity, if we find ourselves in the same area, can we work together? I mean, can you guys have those kinds of conversations?
Yeah, absolutely, you can. I haven't had a chance to it with them, so hopefully they understand that you don't win a race on the first corner. You very much have a potential to lose the race on that. So hopefully everyone is watching races. Back in my day, we didn't have YouTube. We didn't have all these things that you can watch it on your own. So now I feel the rookies, they still being a little bit aggressive sometimes, but hopefully the team coach them well. And then yeah, we're gonna be out there.
A little bit of time.
Go ahead,
that
Tony.
was Helio Castroneves, and before that, it was a conversation with Rob Schwartzman, of course, the pole sitter for this race, and then, of course,
you want me to toss
the
into
drive
traffic right
for 5. No, we still got a minute.
We do?
The governor showed up. His name is Mike Braun. You seen pictures? Go grab a microphone.
Well,
grab a microphone right there. We're going to sit and talk to you for a few minutes, but when the governor shows up, you talk to the governor. Now, as you know, if you didn't know this, Governor Mike Braun, long history in racing, but his races all for office, and so far pretty successful. I got to admit, on a scale of 1 to success, the man is. You got to put on the headset, sir. Right there, it is. Beautiful, right there. How are you, Governor?
I'm good.
Good. We're gonna have a whole conversation. We're gonna get into it with you. But if you would do me a favor, if you would say Matt Bear has traffic, I'd appreciate it. Matt Bear, traffic.
Matt Bear has traffic.
Thank you, Governor Braun. Looking at southbound 465. Stop traffic right now. How about that? Stop traffic on the 38th Street ramp if you're going southbound 465 to 38th Street, and that's going to be slow back to West 56. So, as we expected, there's going to be a delay and wait as you make that exit to 38th Street from southbound 465. Same goes to Crawfordsville Road. That's backed up to 34th in the exit lane. And we're starting to see slowdowns going northbound 465, say to West 10th, also to Crawfordsville Road. Now, checking out 16th Street as you're heading away from downtown towards Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We start to hit the brakes right around Riverside Drive to Lafayette Road. It opens up until you get to King or the police station there. That continues to be stopped to the roundabout. Eastbound lanes going away from Speedway. That stoppage begins before Ponkel past Tibbs, and then a little bit slow out to Kessler Boulevard. Holt Road peeling off as 70. That's slow on the northbound side as you make your way up to Washington Street. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden. Just in time for Memorial Day at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. Get 30% off all patio furniture. Wicker, Berlin Gardens, poly, cast aluminum, teak, and more. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
We've got ourselves 51 degrees here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Higher Hensley. Tony Katz at JMV, 93.5, 107.5, The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
Let's talk education. Is your child's school providing them with the knowledge and values they'll need in life? Do you worry about what they may be?
Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Nigel here from the Hammer and Nigel Show. My prediction for the race, the Indy 500. As always, I'll pick with my head and I'll pick with my heart. First of all, we'll go with my head. Alex Palou looking great. He is, won 4 of 5 races so far in 2025. couple of IndyCar Series championships on that resume, I think it's Alex Palou's time. Of course, I'd also like to see one of my favorite drivers ever, Graham Rahal, get his first. He almost had it in 2020, almost had it in 2021 if it weren't for that pit stop. And I think you could still win the Indy 500 even though you're starting in the back of that lineup. Hope everybody has a safe and wonderful Indy 500 and Memorial Day weekend. Have a good one.
Nigel, thank you. Here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center, Tony Katz and JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC, and JMV did not sleep. He has not slept a wink.
Since
he was
Thursday,
there in the Coke lot doing the party, and right next to him, his wingman, the governor of Indiana, Mike Braun, everybody, joins us right now, was partying it up. And sir, let me say, you look far more refreshed than JMV.
I didn't stay there till midnight. I got out of there about 9:30.
I tried to make him, but he wouldn't do it. So.
I just want you to know, I tried to make you sound bigger than that. You just undercut me. How good does it feel to be the governor of Indiana with racers and pacers? The 109th running, Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, this is the day if you can't have fun, you're just somebody that has trouble doing it. Coming back to run for governor, I love the state of Indiana. We're from the southern part of it. And this typifies, I think, the spirit across the state. It's one that loves competition. It's entrepreneurial. And we have fun to boot, just like we did down on Georgetown on Friday evening. And that was all unscheduled. That was my buddy from Jasper that owns a 77 GMC motorhome, and he's got the prime spot at Legion Post 500. And those are all folks that come from Indiana across the country. And then when we strolled down Georgetown to the village and ended up at Dawson's, unbelievable.
Governor Braun was not with me in the Coke lot last night, though.
What?
Oh, yeah, it was not with me.
I was lied to.
But we watched game number 2 with the Pacers and the Knicks on Friday night over at Dawson's on Main. I did want to bring you this because Governor Braun from Boles County knows about the legend that is the Schnitzelbank. And Alan, the owner of the Schnitzelbank, came on Card Day and brought a bunch of stuff for us, including Schnitzelbank glass from one of the best restaurants of the state of Indiana in Jasper, Indiana, in Boles County.
The Schnitzelbank?
The Schnitzelbank. And then we have a big fest every early August called the Strassenfest. It is people from all over the state come there as well. So visit us down in Boles County.
I had the Strassenfest once, but I took some penicillin, cleared it right up. You are going to be watching this race, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Have you been paying attention to how qualifying went? Do you have a choice for us, a prediction for us, the official Hoosier bet on this 500?
So you're not going to lure me into that.
Of course I am.
Last night...
Maybe we haven't met.
Last night I was with Roger Penske and... Newgarden, who had won it last 2 times.
Name dropper.
Yeah, that's okay. So I'm not going to be picking a winner. I'm going to be looking for great competition and maybe something that's exciting.
You kind of just did pick a winner, though, didn't you? Kind of.
What's that?
You just referenced Joseph Newgarden, who
No.
3 straight.
I just cited a fact. Okay. That's where I was last night.
All right.
When you speak to enough politicians.
It's coincidence, though, considering how he was in practice.
Tony, you're not.
Friday.
We've been back and forth many times in the past, and I love that kind of what you've got to do to get me to say something. But you know it's difficult to get me off track. I think I remember in the first debate you said unflappable. You remember that?
I may have said
I think you did. I remember it.
I said other things after that.
Is this like a political love fest I don't get right here?
Honestly, a love-hate is kind of how I live my life. It's how it is. That is the governor of Indiana, Mike Braun, everybody. Give him a hand.
Thank you.
Right there. Good to see you. I appreciate you being here. We're here on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley, JMV, and Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
In the construction business and can't find what you need? Quality Supply and Tool has served Hoosiers for over a quarter of a century. Tom Hawk is the branch manager of the Indy location on South Hart.
of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Coming up on the scene in which he may have won the race last time by. They're waving bandanas, waving hats. Cut the left turn for racing immortality for 19-year-old Marco Andretti. And Sam Hornish Jr. right on the tail of Marco Andretti. Can a teenager win in Indianapolis? Here's the finish. Sam Hornish Jr. makes the pass. He'll win it. Sam Hornish Jr. goes to the inside of Marco Andretti and wins it in the final 100 yards. Sam Hornish Jr. has won the 90th Indianapolis 500 in an incredible finish.
You are the first driver born in Israel. I know you now live in Indianapolis, which is super cool. You're one of us, but you were born in Israel, and you are the first Israeli-born driver to qualify for the Indianapolis 500. What does it mean for you to bring another country into the long list of great drivers that have run at this race?
Oh, it definitely means a lot, especially now at this difficult moment that is going on in the world and in Israel. I just want to, show people that, we're here and we can do big things, and we're pushing. And from my side, I'm just super proud and happy that I managed to bring that flag up and show people that, even though we're here in U.S., anybody from any country can have a chance at fighting themselves and taking the pole position or a race win in Indy 500, because this is an international race. One of the biggest in the world, I would say. I would probably say it's one out of two, the biggest in the whole world. And, it's just amazing. It's just awesome.
It is the Indianapolis 500, and anything can happen, and anyone can win. Tony Katz, the JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC. That was Rob Schwartzman, who sits on the pole, and there is no doubt that the international flavor of this race, you have got drivers from absolutely everywhere who are here, who are part of this series, part of this flavor. We've seen flags from all around the world, draping people also a little bit cooler. That woman right there is draped in a cow blanket. It is a cow. She is not a cow. That is a cow blanket right there. Or it's a Rorschach test. I can't actually tell which one it is, JMV.
It's from a distance right there.
Right.
I think it's more like what you first described it. It's some sort of cow print.
That is a cow print, correct?
That's a cow print.
That is a cow print she is wearing right there.
Tony's caught up in your blanket right there.
I am all caught up in the blanket. She seems snuggy warm.
She does. Right. All right, where were we going here? You just got me
honestly,
off track.
I did. Snuggy
I thought
warm.
you were going to talk Pacers, and you talked about her stinking jacket over there. So
please, that is a world-class blanket. Don't deny it. We're going to talk Pacers in just a little bit. Game 3 tonight at Gamebridge Fieldhouse.
Can I throw this to Matt Bear?
I only wish you would.
All right, because we got to know about traffic. Matt Bear has traffic. Matt, what do we got?
Good morning, JMV. Good morning, Tony. Southbound 465 stop-and-go traffic as you make your exit to 38th Street in Crawford.
This is the year for Pato Ward. The Aero McLaren team has been doing amazing with him. The last couple years, he's been right there, couldn't figure it out. And I think this year, they know what it takes. They know what can make it happen with him starting as the third car, doing 2:30, 2:09.8 in qualifications. I think they understand how to get it done. And I think this is the year for Pato Ward. So that's my race day prediction. Good luck to yours. We'll see who pulls off the Indy 500.
Hey, Alexander, in closing here, we've had all the Penske news this week. You know, obviously we've been discussing the passing of Colts owner Jim Irsay and, the Pacers. And I don't know if we could fit any more sports news in Central Indiana right now on this particular week. Can we?
I mean, it's a great time to be in the state of Indiana, a fan of sports for sure. I think that especially Sunday, having the 109th running in Indy 500 followed by Pacers game 3, will it be?
Why don't you join? We're going to watch it at Dawson's on Main. Why don't you come over here and we'll have some cocktails and watch it?
That's a hard pass, man, but thank you for the invite. So game 3 on Sunday, it's just a great day. It'll be a great day to be an Indiana sports fan for sure.
Hey, brother, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to guarantee this for you. The JMV guarantee works. You're going to win that race on Sunday, and then you're going to go be the spotlight at Game 3 with the Knicks and the Pacers at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. How you feel about that?
I'll bring my bottle of milk, man. Let's get
I'm going to tell you what. If you do win and that happens, you better be buying me a cocktail at that game on Sunday, buddy.
I mean, I guess you will be the reason, so I'll owe you a couple.
Hey, be sure to give Ed some junk for me on my behalf, would you please? I mean, I don't care what it is, like a practical joke or anything. Give him some junk for me, okay?
I got you taken care of. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Alexander. Alexander Rossi with me a little bit earlier this week. In fact, ECR Racing, we were saying, giving some junk to Ed Carpenter, the team owner. Rossi's a former winner right there. A fast car, a fast driver, and a good dude that did not get a cocktail for me on that particular day either, but still a great dude nonetheless. And I think it speaks to, Tony, what you're talking about, another opportunity with another driver in a very talented field for the 109th running of the greatest spectacle in racing later on today. Back at Pagoda Plaza, Tony Katz and JMV. We'll also talk a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to have time to do it right now, or do we? We're going to the Pacers and the Knicks coming up later on tonight. Yeah, Game 3. Pacers up 2-zip, best of 7 Eastern Conference Finals, 8 o'clock tonight. And historically speaking, some of the better days in sports, Tony, around here, they have been when this time of year we get racers and Pacers, and that's exactly what we get on this particular afternoon and evening. It's very special.
Now, I don't want to look ahead, because I think you got to play each game. They got to win tonight. They got to win Tuesday, also at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. But if you were a betting man, you're looking at the Pacers, you know how they play. Who do you want to play in the West? Who do you want to see the Pacers? Who's the better matchup?
Oh, well, we're going that far? You just...
What?
You chastised me for saying Game 3.
I will chastise you anytime I like, but now I'm asking a question that needs an answer.
Listen, you're going to end up getting Oklahoma City because there's no way Minnesota is going to win that. So, yeah, it's going to be Oklahoma City and the Pacers in the finals. Pacers, for the first time in 25 years, to me, will hit the finals.
Now, in that matchup, you talk about tempo and the speed of this
Oklahoma City can match that and then some, especially the depth. If that's the way that it goes down, OKC can go 10-plus deep if you want to. That's problematic. But I don't care. We'll think about that later.
We'll deal with that then.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with problematic
right now. It's just to see Spike Lee cry.
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're going to see him, Lenny Kravitz, coming up later on today. Yeah, you guys better come back, all right? Come on. You know that Trisha Whitaker right there that does baseball, right? Walking around.
Just hanging out?
Just hanging out, yeah.
Yeah.
JMV
gets a hello and
little Apple baseball every Friday night. You're not watching? You're not dialed into the Apple baseball?
Can I just say for the record?
Do
you know the show I do?
What? Oh, politics and stuff or news? You're a newsy guy, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Politics.
Some people call me a newsy guy.
Is that what your show's called? Politics and stuff in the morning?
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. Some people don't call it stuff though.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
They're
politics.
Special.
Yeah.
They're
I know some
group.
people that used to not stop by here that wouldn't call it stuff.
Well, now they do.
Right on. Now they do.
Eventually, I turn them all.
Well, you know, it's because of the Southern Indiana connection that we had right here. I don't think it was more you as it was me.
You talking about with Governor Braun?
Yeah.
Oh, Governor Braun loves me.
No, I think it's the Southern Indiana connection, though.
Between the
it's
two of you.
stronger than your bond.
Oh, no, we don't have a bond. No, our relationship is completely transactional.
Sure,
there is not even a doubt. Speaking of transactional relationships, Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center getting you to the track on time. What do you got for us?
Good morning, race fans. Looking to westbound 38th Street. The backup begins at Guyan Road.
it alone. Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Let's insurance together.
A yard of bricks, 2.5 miles of hot asphalt, 200 laps, 500 miles, 109 years of tradition, where drivers become heroes and heroes become legends.
Get on with an Dario Franchitti, AJ Foyt, John Cock, Rick Mears becomes
The tradition returns to May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is Race Day.
Race Day in Indianapolis, and oh, what a day.
Brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store. It's the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 on 93 WIPC and 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
And it is a party on Pagoda Plaza. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93.1 WIBC. I got a little excited because you brought Gina, and I got a little carried away.
Hey,
No ice cream, though. I'm sorry.
Savagery.
The Princess of Ice Cream is the most talented news person in Indy right here. For Wish TV Channel A. Yeah.
That's a pretty bold
That's a lot of
statement.
right
She
there.
comes out every Friday, and she hangs out with us. on
Yes, she
the show,
does.
So, yeah.
Say hello.
Clearly.
Introduce her.
Gina
Introduce.
Barrows?
Yeah.
Right here. Wish TV Channel A. How you
Hi,
doing, Gina?
buddy.
The
Good to see you,
Princess of Ice
friend.
Cream is in the house right here.
You got predictions for us? You got thoughts on this race? What have you been following, Gina?
Oh God, I'm gonna say Pato Award. I think that this is his year.
She honestly just heard somebody else say it. That's why she
No,
just said it.
I have been a long time fan of Pato, and after last year, he was so cute. He was, all emotional, almost got it. So nice kid, fan favorite. I'm gonna go with him this year.
Now, you appear every Friday with JMV. Is this correct?
I do, although it's been a little while.
It has.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't know where you've been.
I know.
Is there a falling out? Is
MIA.
there something you want to discuss?
No, not at all. I mean, unless you
we can discuss it right
unless
here,
you
but I
have
don't know if
something
she
to
would
say.
like it, yeah.
We can do this right here.
No, no falling out. You have bad feelings towards me? Huh? You don't have any bad feelings
never.
towards me. No, see?
We're going to let them work it out. We're going to go to Matt Baer in the WIBC Traffic Center. With traffic, what's up, Matt?
All right, guys, looking at Speedway southbound 465 peeling off to 38th Street. That ramp is backed up, as well as the 1-2 Crawfordsville Road. And the same goes for the northbound side at the
quality supply and tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Hey there, Jarrett Lewis from the WIBC Newsroom here to give my prediction for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. A tough field to choose from. It always is. Maybe more than half of these drivers have a shot to win this thing. I'm going with a guy that I think is kind of flying under the radar right now, driving for a racing legend, a historic team. He looks fast. He seems happy with his car. That's 23-year-old David Malukas in the number 4 Chevy for AJ Foyt Racing. Although he hasn't recorded even a top 10 yet this season, none of that really matters when it comes to Indy. You have to be fast, which he is. You need a good team around you, which I believe he has that too. But perhaps more importantly, you're going to need a little luck. And I think little Dave will find some of that luck and have the race of his life to end up in victory lane at IMS. For Race Day, I'm Jarrett Lewis, WIBC News.
It's all right. What's your name?
I'm Jacob.
And Jacob, where'd you come from? Like what city, state?
I came down from Evansville, Indiana.
Nice. And talk about the snake pit. Have you experienced what you're about to experience in there?
This is my first time here. Everyone else's came last year, but my first experience.
I need a snake pit veteran to talk to me. Go ahead, bud.
So we were here last year, second year in a row now. I mean, me and this guy right here were just ripping fireball shots, beers. He was smashing beers on his head. It was insane.
4:30 in the morning, you know, wake up, come to the track, rip a couple fireball shooters. We got the SIGs going this morning. Up and at them pretty early on. It's going to be a long day, so we're gonna try to pace it out a little bit, but can't guarantee that we won't get into a little bit of trouble today.
Yeah. Why would you smash a beer can on your head? And what is the technique for that?
Oh, technique is just you're hard and fast. You know what I'm saying? Hard and fast, and really no reason behind it. Just out here having a great time, and it's gonna be a great day out here at the Snake Pit.
Yeah. Would you smash a beer can on your head on tape for us right now?
Oh, most definitely.
Do it, man. Come on.
Come on.
Give him a can. Give him a can. Let him smash it. He's bringing a can. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, he really did that. Okay.
Right?
It's the Snake Pit. Tony and John back in Pagoda Plaza here. That was not the Coke Lot with me last night. That's the Snake Pit. Now,
Try and get that at Formula One.
Do you know anything about the Snake Pit?
I've heard tell.
So EDM, that is the flavor, musically speaking, of the Snake Pit. You know what EDM is?
EDM is an old art of folk dancing.
Because there's also something that's fairly close to that that's something completely different.
Well, I'm not going to risk it on radio.
Yes, don't do it. But electronic dance music, Millennium is the headliner out there.
Right.
And the reason why I know this is because my son is out there right now, too. Big EDM fan. I've been to a couple of shows with him before. They've referenced me as Pops.
Right.
As I walk into the bathroom when I go to these
shows.
shows.
I thought that was your son doing the interview.
No, he was the one smashing the can.
That's
on
what
his
I thought.
head. Yeah, but no, it is a big deal out there. Millennium, Keizo, I think 2 friends are out there too, and it's just a part of, again, another layer of entertainment that you get with the greatest spectacle in racing, the Snake Pit, which should be a great time.
Which is so much of what this is. This weekend is what they have built here.
It
is nonstop entertainment for the race fan, for the person who's into music, for the person who just wants to have a good time. It's impossible to explain what this place is, how this works, all the different factions that come together in one basically incredible city for one day.
Well, Tony, and also this, on Carb Day Friday, Brett Michaels was on with me. He was the headliner, and he wanted me to bring out some veterans so we could recognize them on stage. So I brought out some veterans from friends of the show, took them out there, and Brett Michaels brought them up on stage, played Something to Believe in, and recognized them, which was awesome. And again, another layer of what we know, Carb Day and race weekend being around here. Just so much entertainment, so much joy, so much fun, and obviously it culminates with the greatest spectacle in racing later on today.
And this place never forgets that this is Memorial Day weekend, and remembering those who gave all is a huge part of what we do here. Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center. He has the latest to get you to the track. What's going on, Matt?
Good morning, JMV. Good morning, Tony. We have a crash reported in Speedway. This is West 34th Street near 460.
start-finish line. Connor took it all the way to the inside line. They're going to go 4 wide, and Scott McLaughlin's going to pass 3 of them. McLaughlin takes the race lead. It's Colton Hurd is looking racy. Michael, he's looking for second.
Scott McLaughlin did a nosedive into turn number 1, takes the lead. Now Joseph Newgarden will get around Connor Daly. That's for the 4th position, and Colton Hurd will dive low. That's the battle for 2 going into turn 3.
Thank you. That is the kind of call that you can only get on radio, only on WIBC. Tony Katz, JMV, good to be with you. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC right here on Pagoda Plaza. Coming to you live from the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Yeah. And he is your president, ladies and gentlemen, Doug Boles.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Look at that right there.
I'm telling you. Hey, we had a good time last night in the Coke Lot.
We had a good time last night in the Coke Lot, and I was going to get back there, and then we ended up stuck in the Coke Lot. Bill, who hangs out with me at night, we stayed out till like 2:30.
We were still up.
Ended our night with a guy with 3 raccoons around his neck. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in the Coke Lot, but we had a great time.
I ended my night with a Mellencamp kid last night, so yeah. And well, actually, it didn't end. It just continued on until where we are right now. How are we feeling going into later on today?
Yeah, really good. I mean, the weather seems to be like it's going to hold out for us, which is great. But feeling really good. Sold out grandstands. We've had basically best numbers we've ever had every day leading up to this day. So we're gonna get close to 350,000, I think.
This race is very much, it's the best of times, it's the worst of times. You talk about the sellout, you talk about that excitement, you talk about the issues, Team Penske, the work you had to do to say, I don't think we're going strong enough here with what it is we saw. How does that roller coaster of emotions work for you?
Well, for me, I'm such the promoter of our city, of our state, and of this place. And then to have to take the promoter hat off and get buried into my lawyer days, right, and really think about that. It was challenging emotionally for me. The biggest challenge was picking the phone up and calling Roger and saying, hey, here's where we're going, here's what the deal is. And he's been really great. He said, you run the series, you run the Speedway, I don't want to have anything to do with it. But that call still was a challenging call. And he was understanding, and clearly he made some changes as well afterwards because he felt like they needed to be done. But the biggest thing for me is, you know, you can argue all day long, it did or it didn't have a performance advantage. The biggest thing for me, the rule was clear. It's the Indianapolis 500, and just kind of leaving those drivers in 11th and 12th where they could have qualified anyway didn't feel right to me. And I felt like you got to put them to the back. We got to do the right thing, and let's make sure everybody knows that we don't play any favorites here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, that's Doug Boles with us, too. So we're doing the Racers and the Pacers. I'm curious because the Knicks are in town to get their butts kicked coming up later on tonight in game number 3. Are there going to be any Knicks fan celebrity people that roll in here? We kind of talked about that last night. You didn't know?
No, we're hearing we may have a couple.
Really?
So we'll keep our fingers.
Did you mention one last night? Can I mention it now?
I don't. You say whatever you want because I don't remember.
Maybe I made it up.
I don't remember what I told you last night.
Yeah, I thought you told me Lenny Kravitz last.
Oh, Lenny Kravitz is coming for sure. Yeah, he's coming. That's easy to talk. Lenny should be here.
Lenny Kravitz is coming. Who else are you going to see on the red carpet a little bit later?
The whole gang. We got a lot of folks, sports folks from Fox.
Right.
A few New York folks. Where we've been a little careful with A-Rod and that gang because they do have a New York connection. And
Jeter here too.
Jeter's here. Strahan's here. I met Tom Brady last night, which is hard, right? If you're a Colts fan, it's like that guy is like the devil showed up at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But he was super nice. He had a great time, and he's embraced the whole thing, which is really cool.
I joked with you earlier this week about I want you to get Spike Lee to ride the pace car, and they never going to have Tom Brady.
No, that's not happening. He's worse. He's worse than Tom Brady. So
he'd choke. Don't worry about it. Now, just remember, you see a Knicks fan, you don't throw garbage. We don't do that here in Indianapolis.
For sure we don't.
You say, welcome to Indy, spend your money, and then get out as fast as you can.
Especially with a loss, and maybe 2.
Right. That's it right there. That is Doug Boles, president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Thank you guys for being here. Let's have a great day today.
It's going to be incredible. Let's send it to Matt Bear in the WIBC Traffic Center.
Good morning, fellas. Looking at eastbound 10th Street heading towards Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that
at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Indiana. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9 with it. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
This is race day.
The rookie driver will lead the field to the green flag.
The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Hey, it's Jake Query from The Fan. It's a tough one this year to try to pick who's going to win the Indy 500 because I think the favorite, clearly, Joseph Newgarden would have been right up there towards the front. To come all the way from the back, I absolutely think he can do it. But there's just so much that goes into that, and you've got to put so much downforce in the car to get through traffic. Will he have enough for speed in a shootout? Big question mark to watch. Pata Award is clearly the favorite. Alex Palou has been red hot. He is starting up front, and his teammate Scott Dixon is always capable. I'll tell you two to keep an eye on. Scott McLaughlin, one that I thought was going to win, but now with all the Penske penalties, I'm just not so sure. I keep going back to Christian Lundgaard, starting in the 8th position. I think he's going to have a good car, and he's a very good driver. But call me crazy, I say history made. Nobody has won from further back than 28th starting position. I think it happens this year. Joseph Newgarden wins from 32nd and gets 3 in a row.
To the driver of the Verizon, number 12. If I have my math on my fingers and toes correct, his 18th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Started, obviously, a former winner in the Indy 500. It is Will Power that joins us. Obviously, you have dealt with a lot. Any guy that has been around this sport for as long as you have, that has been in as many 500s as you have been, has dealt with a lot. What you and the team kind of had to deal with the last couple of days, that's an entirely different animal. Kind of how you coping with all this right now?
Yeah, it is what it is, and you know, I have to say on yesterday I had one of the best cars I've had all month. Felt really good, got in a great window, felt confident, was able to pass and so on. So that's a good sign. Things change very quickly around here with wind and temperature. Oh, you got to be on your toes, but very happy with the setup right now.
You have been through this before, and I have forgotten what year you kind of had to come from the back of the field. So you've been there, done that, and you well know nobody has won from as far back as you're going to attempt to on Sunday. Just how does your race change going from row 4 to row 11?
Yeah, that's true. It definitely starts with a different downforce level, and you know, just have to be very clean the whole time with pit stops, everything, and just slowly, methodically work our way up and hopefully be at the front at the end.
Will Power in position 33 outside row 11. Joseph Newgarden, middle of row 11 in position 32 because of the penalties here on Pagoda Plaza. Tony Katz, JMV, 93 WIBC, 93.5, 107.5. The Fan. In all honesty, JMV, you can win from the bottom from row 11?
Never
These
happened.
guys?
Yeah.
Can they win from row 11?
Well, I mean, you had Jay Query mention he likes Joseph Newgarden for his 3rd straight coming from there. And obviously Will Power also strong with a strong team. But yeah, I don't know about history being made today. One of the things is I think the field is too strong, especially at the top. But, again, I go back to Friday when we talked about Newgarden. That's something Jake brought up as well, just how well he was not just finding the speed, and you told us the speed from Friday a little bit earlier, but how well he was maneuvering. His car was maneuvering around in conditions on Friday, Tony, that are going to be very similar to the conditions you're going to see out here today.
And Newgarden was the top speed on Carb Day, 225.687 miles an hour. We have much more coverage live from Pagoda Plaza, the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Higher Hensley. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC. Oh, well, if we're doing traffic, my mistake. Matt Bear, what do you know?
Good morning, race fans. Looking at southbound 465 as you head towards 38th Street and beyond down to Crawfordsville Road. We have 3 lanes of traffic barely moving right now. So that's going to be a way for people peeling off into Speedway right now, say going from southbound 465 to west 38th Street. That's going to take a few extra minutes here. Also going to Crawfordsville Road, that ramp is backed up as well. Now, if you're heading northbound at 465, I see delays to Rockville Road, West 10th, and Crawfordsville Road as expected. So just please be safe and be patient. Looking at westbound 16th Street from downtown Indianapolis to the Speedway, we stop right around White River Parkway Drive West, and that delay continues on into the roundabout. Southbound Lafayette Road stopped around Pike Plaza Road, and then we look at northbound 65. If you're trying to get out of 38th Street, those exit lanes are loaded back to 38th Kessler Boulevard if you're trying to exit from 38th Guyan Road. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, just in time for Memorial Day at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their great selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg plus Gosney Pizza Ovens. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Matt Bear, I'm sorry I almost forgot about you there.
That's all right. I'm used to it.
I'm just very excited here. The crowd
I think you need a Jell-O shot.
Oh, gosh, I really don't think I need a Jell-O shot. The crowd looks absolutely amazing here. 55 degrees on Pagoda Plaza in the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Higher Hensley. It's still JMV. It's still Tony Katz. It is still the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 on 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
Let's talk education. Is your child's school providing them with the knowledge and values they'll need in life?
109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Hey, what's up? It's Hammer from the Hammer and Nigel Show. Afternoons 3 to 7 on 93 WIBC. I'm rooting for Graham Rahal. He's always been our guy. But my money is on Alex Palou. And I hate betting on the favorite. I do. I hate myself for betting on the favorite. But if Alan's dad in the Hangover movie has taught us anything, you never walk away from the table when you're on a heater. And right now, Alex Palou and that team, they're on a heater. That's my pick to win the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. And again, check out the Hammer and Nigel Show. Afternoons on 93.1 WIBC, 3 to 7.
Jason Hammer, thank you with the prediction there. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC. I'm going to let Chris Denari get a little set there. You will hear him as part of that race day coverage and, of course, talk some Pacers. But Ryan Morse joins us right now. We're here on Pagoda Plaza covering the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Ryan Morse, Wish TV meteorologist. And weather-wise, man, we've got clouds, we've got cool skies. When this race starts, where are we going to be?
Yeah, here's the deal, guys. Over the next couple hours, you may have woke up. We had a good amount of sunshine in the area. Well, clouds are now filling in across the area. By the time we get towards green flag, we should be creeping into the 60s. But the thing we're going to be fighting off is there is the chance a couple small sprinkles that are in Illinois right now that could survive into our area. We do have dry air locked in at the surface, so the hope is some of these showers will be falling and not making it to the ground. But anything that does fall would be very, very light. So we're anticipating mostly cloudy to cloudy skies, small chance of a shower, and temperatures this afternoon getting into the mid to upper 60s, which is pretty cool raceway-wise over the last couple of years. I believe our top 5 coldest Indy 500, 65 degrees, so not too far off from that.
Yeah, JMV has been trying to stay warm by rubbing my feet. It's been very weird. It's been very awkward.
Seems like something in the snake pit.
I just want. Oh yeah. If it would fit there. Not here on Pagoda Plaza. That's Ryan Morse, Wish TV meteorologist. We're going to be talking to Chris Denari in just a few minutes. We'll get into the race, and we will get into not only the racers, but the Pacers. But right now, Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center, getting you to the track. What's up, Matt?
You got it, Tony. Speedway, southbound Lafayette Road. Crash reported near Plaza Road. That's Pike Plaza Road. Also a crash.
Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance. Let's insurance together.
This is race day.
The rookie driver will lead the field to the green flag.
The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
And Pacers. It's an expression, and now it is a lifestyle. It is JMV. It is Tony Katz. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC. We are here on Pagoda Plaza in the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley.
By the way, I saw Keanu Reeves in the Colton Herta garage a little bit earlier.
What was he doing?
I don't know.
John Wick 5?
Speed, yeah. I
Speed 4, John Wick 5.
Right there. Hey, Chris Denari, the voice of the Pacers here. We got Game 3, Chris, coming up later on tonight. And you're doing the races of the Pacers because you've got Turn 4.
Turn 4.
You're going to go downtown.
Absolutely. No responsibility from a Pacer standpoint. You know, it's all national. Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller.
Right.
They'll have the call tonight, but I'll be in the building. It's going to be electric. The Pacers lead this series 2-0. 2 games away from a return to the NBA Finals. And it's great looking at all the race fans out here that are wearing their Pacers gear.
Yeah.
You just don't get to experience this very often. You know, this is the 4th time that we've had the race and a Pacers Eastern Conference Finals game on the same day or night, and it's going to be spectacular.
I don't even know where to begin with the matchup, but they may be, I think I put it this way before, they've got the stones, the biggest stones of any team out there, because you never count them out no matter the situation. And I think that just comes with how in touch they are as a team. And Pascal Siakam mentioned that. He goes for 39, a career playoff high. Doesn't matter who scores as long as this team wins.
It's to your point. I go back last summer, and you were absolutely right. It's all about continuity, camaraderie. This group gets it. They've won 6 straight road games in the playoffs. They are 7-0 in clutch time. I mean, they've made all the plays when they've needed to make them, and they have extreme confidence that even if they get down, they can find a way back in. And what was, I think, as impressive as the Game 1 win was the Game 2 win, John. And going into that 4th quarter tied, and the Pacers do enough to get the win.
Talking to Chris Denari right there. You'll hear him in Turn 4 as you listen to the race only on WIBC. And, of course, you know his work with the Pacers. But JMV's been talking all morning about the idea of team. This is a team.
Yeah.
This is a group. Explain the difference now between maybe teams of just a few years ago.
Yeah, I just think this group has been together, and it really starts with your leadership, what Kevin Pritchard and the coaching staff have done, Rick Carlisle. But I really believe it all changed when Tyrese Halliburton came. I mean, this is a guy that is a 2-time All-Star. He's 3rd-team All-NBA. But he wants to get his teammates engaged. Sometimes he probably does it a little too much. You'd like to see him be more aggressive, but he is a team-first guy. And I think that just bleeds over from 1 through 15 on the roster. This is a very close group. I said, you know, I travel with this group during the regular season. I watch them in shoot-arounds. I watch them in practice. I see them in games. And just the brotherhood that this group has is something special. And I think that's why everybody here in Indiana has fallen in love with the group. But, Tony and John, you're starting to see people nationally go, what have we been missing from this team? And I know this team wants to represent the city and state. And again, they've got a chance to do something we haven't seen in 25 years. But as Rick Carlisle has said, you've got to take it a game at a time. You did your job in New York. Now you got to take care of business tonight in Game 3.
The most physical team in the NBA is the Pacers. And I explained this to Tony earlier, Chris. It's not like the physicality of the Bad Boys of the 80s or the Knicks, for example, the 90s. This is a different level of pace and depth physicality that we have simply put not seen teams be able to match up against. Maybe for a little bit but down the stretch in games, they always seem to have that edge.
And I like what you say. Physicality is different from the early 2000s to now. If you think back to those Pacers-Pistons playoff games that were like 75-67, the game was much slower, and it was physical. But this is a physical game from the standpoint there's a lot of speed. You've got to cover a lot of ground. I mean, think about it. Miles Turner at times has to go out to the perimeter to defend, just like somebody has to go to the perimeter to defend him. It's a 94-feet game, and that's why it's a different physicality than we've ever seen in the NBA.
All right, the voice of the Pacers, and in turn 4 for the greatest spectacle
All
of
right,
racing,
guys.
everybody.
Thank you.
Kristen Aaron right here. Go Pacers!
Go Racers!
Go Racers! Tony, John, Pagoda Plaza, Matt Bear with traffic. Hello, Matty.
What's happening, JMV? Looking at westbound 16th Street, heading from downtown Indianapolis into Speedway, and we stomp right about it.
Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store. It's the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 on 93 WIPC and 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Thank you all for joining us. Carl, Showbiz running things back at the studio. Matt Bear's got the traffic. Our engineers are all here, too. I'm going to thank you all for joining us. Tony Katz on JMV and Pagoda Plaza, 109th running on the Indianapolis 500 on the inbound. More on that in a second. A good friend of ours from Hammer and Nigel, Jason Hammer, the degenerate gambler that he is, has some betting tips going into the greatest spectacle in racing.
Party people, what's going on? Jason Hammer here from the Hammer and Nigel Show, afternoons 3 to 7 on 93 WIBC. I also host the Degenerates Next Door sports betting podcast, and we are going to bet on the greatest spectacle in racing, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. What's great about betting on racing is you can bet on a couple of different drivers. And as long as one of them wins, you, my friend, are going to go home with some spending money. So let's go down the list here. The favorite is Alex Palou. Now, just a few weeks ago, you could have got him at 10 to 1. Now, at most sports books, depending on which one you use, but they're all pretty close, it's about 5.5 to 1. Those odds are basically cut in half, but I think some money is worthy of Alex Palou. I hate betting on the favorites. I do. You guys know that kills me, but this dude is on a heater right now, and they are locked in. And even though he's never won on an oval before, he's been good at Indianapolis. He's had some bad breaks in the pits. He's been second before. I love Alex Palou in this race. Also, starting on the front row, Pato Award. You can get Pato at 6 to 1. So I like Palou. I like Pato Award. Don't be afraid to take a flyer on the old man, Scott Dixon. He's 6.5 to 1. And how about a long shot? Kind of weird saying long shot for a guy that's in the front row and is a two-time winner. But Takuma Sato at 12 to 1 plus 1,200, that's incredible value for this guy. He knows his way around. He could easily be a 3-time winner of this race. That's great value on Takuma Sato at 12 to 1. So I'm going Palou, I'm going Pato, and I'm going with Takuma Sato. Those are my 3 picks. If just one of them wins, my toes are tapping. Good luck, everybody. I hope you guys win so much money you're above the law. Don't forget, the Hammer and Nigel Show, afternoons, 93 WIBC, and the Degenerates Next Door podcast, sports betting, and other stuff wherever you get your podcasts.
Jason Allen Hammer right there. Hey, Matt Bear is going to give us the traffic update. Our colleague at work, Matty, Jessica Gabbin, stuck in traffic. Can you help her out?
Absolutely. Looking at southbound 465 JMB. It's the west side. All eyes on it as we are stopped going south.
go. Matty, get us in here, my brother.
What's happening, JMV? Look at the southbound Lafayette Road crash reported at Pike Plaza as traffic stopped back to West 52nd Street. If you're coming northbound Lafayette Road, delays in a different spot, just as fast, though, which is not fast at all. That's from Kessler up past West 30th Street. Now, looking at the interstate, because southbound 465, from West 56th Street down to Crawfordsville Road, stop and go traffic, and there are parts of the interstate here where all 5 lanes are not moving or barely moving at that. So if you're trying to peel off to West 38th Street, to Crawfordsville Road, you will have a wait. Looking at northbound 465 going to Rockville Road, that's backed up to Washington in those exit lanes, and then you're jammed again in those exit lanes to West 10th Street. Now coming in westbound Michigan Street from downtown Indianapolis, traffic is going to stop right around Tibbs Avenue, and that runs up to Council, then up to West 10th Street. So that race day delay is there as expected. Traffic sponsored by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, just in time for Memorial Day at Sullivan Hardware and Garden. See their great selection of grills, Weber, Traeger, and Napoleon, along with the Big Green Egg plus Gosney pizza ovens. I'm Matt Bear with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Matt Bear, I want you to know that I saw Gronk on the red carpet. And nobody needs that Deflategate cheater. You should have been on the red carpet, Matt Bear.
I don't understand with all these Patriots players being in for the Indianapolis 500. I just don't get it. But that's me.
They know we're better than New England every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
It's the network television coverage, fellas. Is why.
There's also some of that.
That's why.
57 degrees.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got caught up.
I just wanted to tell that to Matt. 57 degrees right now on Pagoda Plaza. We are at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. That is JMV. You've seen pictures. I am Tony Katz. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
No matter where you head on your commute, Matt Bear is there. Parrot. The Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
James Boyd here from 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, the morning show. And my prediction for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 is that Joseph Newgarden will three-peat. Yes, there's been a lot going on this week with Team Penske and the Newgarden car, as well as where he'll start now in the back row because of an attenuator situation. That doesn't mean that he has no shot. I think he has a really good shot. He'll have to gain some ground throughout the race, and obviously to pull this off, he would stand alone in history. So that is my prediction for the Indianapolis 500. So for race day, I'm James Boyd, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
His car has the colors of the Italian flag on it. Remember Teo Fabi, an Italian that won the pole as a rookie at Indianapolis. Could Robert Schwartzman do the same? We will see. Works his way now between turns 3 and 4. Bottom of the racetrack, and then exiting turn 4 is Robert Schwartzman.
3-lap average right now is 232.792, which is faster than Sato. Lap number 4, did he do it? 232.785, and yes, he did. The 4-lap average for Robert Schwartzman, 232.790 miles per hour. What a story.
Robert, congrats. You celebrated Pole Sunday with what meal?
McDonald's.
You went to McDonald's.
But there is a reason for it. Like, okay, Mac is, first of all, the Mac is good. You cannot overeat it. You know, it's like a cheat meal. But, you know, after I've just finished the pole position, I've been brought like for 5 hours straight for interviews and pictures and all of the kind of sort of media stuff. So I didn't even had a moment to grab anything to eat. So I was like, okay, I came out, it was 11 o'clock, and I was like, everything is closed. So like, there was nothing. What else can you do? You just go, you're hungry, you want to eat, so you're like, okay, McDonald's.
There we go. Anything in particular? What was the order?
Yeah. It was McChicken with McChicken nuggets and a bit of fries.
That sounds delicious. you aren't the first person to have a Sunday order of McChicken and chicken nuggets from McDonald's.
No, not the first, not the last. We are here live on Pagoda Plaza, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Tony Katz, JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC, coming to you from the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. And the story of Takuma Sato, the idea that he is in the middle of row 1, the idea that he runs one race a year, and the idea that he did it on a car that they basically had to Frankenstein together, JMV. I'm sorry, I don't know how he isn't, for so many people, a guy who they see as someone who could take this whole thing.
You just described a racing badass right there. That's exactly what you just described. And he may be the nicest person in the paddock, but he is, Tony, a racing badass.
Absolutely.
And we had Hammer doing the betting odds a little bit earlier. If you really want to look at the betting odds and you like where somebody is starting, you like somebody's speed, you like somebody's experience, you like somebody's been there and done that in winning this, he'd be at the top of everybody's list, I would think.
There is no reason why he doesn't join a very, very small cadre of 3-time winners today. Let's get people to the track, man. It is filling up. A sellout? That's what it's starting to look like. Matt Bear, Kitten, what do you know?
All right, Tony, southbound 465 on the west side. Stop traffic. Looks like a sellout on southbound right now.
flyover will lead the field to the green flag.
The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Scott Goodyear, chuck right in behind Al Unser Jr. He's waiting about a car length and a half behind Al Jr. Al Jr. now lengthens it out. He's trying to hold him up. Goodyear low, Jr. high. They go to 4, Bob Blaney. Al Unser Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it? The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second.
Hey, welcome back. Shout out to Blake and the gang right there from Ron Collins that are here going to watch Millennium over in the snake pit. Hey, Tony Katz, JMV back at Pagoda Plaza, 109th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. What are we thinking here, Tone?
I wanted to get a little more detailed. I wanted to get a little more in depth about these penalties and what happened to Penske.
Okay.
With that rear attenuator, with what Penske did, it led to the firing of their team president by Roger Penske, which came after the penalties that Doug Boles, the president of the Speedway, the president of IndyCar, put in place because he didn't think what happened was serious enough. He went back, clearly didn't sleep, and said, this isn't right. There are two questions. First, talk to me about what you think this does to the sport and to the series as a whole.
I think it goes away now. I think it goes away. I think the punishment's been handed out. And again, yes, Doug said, I went back and looked at this, and we had to go to a different level on the punishment. But I think also Roger Penske had something to do with it because people were not happy with the initial punishment. Something more had to be done. Because, Tony, you know this with what you deal with. When you start messing with the integrity of something that is a jewel, a crown jewel, so important like the 500, when you start messing with that integrity, you have some issues right there. And you own the track, you own the series, and you're viewed by everybody at that moment as somebody that's winning and productive, that you're trying to get an edge. No matter how slight the edge might be, the integrity was messed with. Thus, you saw the more severe punishment handed down. I thought, honestly, that was more of a Penske-related thing, where he said, all right, I've got to go even further in this than what has transpired so far.
So what Doug did in moving Will Power and Joseph Newgarden to the back of the pack, a 32 spot for Newgarden, 33 for Will Power, that was something. But there's a real question about what Penske did. I always have thought of it since it happened to the idea of college football and the death penalty, right? When they basically end a program. This was Penske, I think, setting a stage for IndyCar, and I do think it does move forward saying, nothing's getting tolerated. None of this, because the 500 is the everything of this series.
Yeah, I just think that at that moment last week, you had to squash the story. You had to squash the negativity. They wanted to put an end to it. I mean, you had initially, Pato O'Ward was the most outspoken out of it regarding the lack of severity in the punishment.
Oh, he was fierce.
Yeah, and again, he was the one that was speaking out. That was predominant throughout the paddock and the teams, so you had to do something more. They realized that, again, when you blank with the integrity of something like this, I mean, look, we got 350K people coming in here, and the last thing you want to do with the way this place is now and the history of this place is to mess with its integrity. They realized that. I think it goes away now, to be honest. I do. And it sets the stage. I mean, Jake Query had mentioned earlier what has never happened from that far back in the field. And Newgarden being as talented as he is and going for his third consecutive from a spot that has never won this race later on today. So it does also have some storylines and build some drama, but I think it's something that also goes away because the punishment that was handed down last week was severe once they got into it, and certainly felt the vibe of how people were viewing this around the paddock.
And we've got much more to get to. We are live on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley, JMV, and Tony Katz. That is me, by the way. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC.
Hey guys, looking for a reason to spend a couple of days on the couch watching
meant so much to this community and really taught us what it's like to be a winning football team, brought football here. And that is the passing of Jim Irsay, Colts owner, at the age of 65 in the middle of last week, something that will take a long time to get over because of how much he meant. And if you think about the last time he posted on social media, it was a Go Pacers post, and then they go out in game number 2 and get that, or I should say game number 1 and get that Halliburton shot. There's something I think poetic regarding that, but certainly a sad week in terms of somebody that had such a profound impact in sports and everything around here and was so giving and taught everybody what winning football was like. That is Jim Irsay, again, RIP at the age of 65.
There are things that when you move to Indiana, like I did, you can appreciate, but you can never really understand. You can't understand what it was like before the Colts came to town. You can't understand what Bobby Knight was to Indiana. You can't understand, for as much as I can take in the Indy 500, the idea of what exists in the soil here, how this race has grown, the roots of this place so deep in every single Hoosier soul of what this race means, what this event means, just the idea that the Speedway is here. And say what you will about anything outside of football with Jim Irsay, the connection to the city, the giving to the city, maybe outside of the Lilly Foundation, absolutely no one greater than Jim Irsay and the Irsay family in giving to this community, to this town, to the state.
Yeah, sometimes we just focus on the sports aspect of it and the football aspect of it, but it was so much deeper than that. And I know a lot of people, a lot of friends of mine with the Colts certainly are hurting right now with the loss of Jim. And as I mentioned, we're going to feel the effects of that for a long time. But so much he brought to Indianapolis, and again, the giving, just everything, as he'll go down in history as one of these staples, the foundation, certainly, Tony, of Indianapolis and what he brought here. And again, our thoughts are going out to those that I mentioned are really hurting. Jim Irsay passes away last week at the age of 65.
And one of the Irsay daughters, of course, the conversation about taking over the team. That
is Carly, yeah.
Carly and well in hand.
And she has been preparing for this for a number of years, too.
I believe it's Casey who will be the starter of the Indy 500.
And a shout out to Kaylin, too.
Today.
She's awesome. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everybody here with this broadcast, our thoughts with you. Matt Bear has traffic.
All right, guys, we are looking at the west side of Coors and it's southbound 465 of West 21st Street. This is our second crash here
running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Hey there, John Herrick, the news director at 93 WIBC, looking at the field for the Indianapolis 500. And, you know, a lot of people want to think about Alex Palou as the winner of this race. I know how good he's been all season long. Thought about possibly picking Joseph Newgarden to win his third in a row, but now that he's moved to the back of the pack, I think I'm going to have to go with Scott Dixon here. The record for most laps led all time at the Indy 500 is Scott Dixon with 677 laps. I know he's only got one Indy 500 win in 2008, but a race car driver like him is not going to continue to go that much longer without winning another Indianapolis 500. I just feel like, I know I say this a lot, that he is going to figure out a way to win another 500. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. And I think I'm going to go with Scott Dixon to get it done. I know he's had issues over the last few years at this race, but I really think he can win his second Indy 500 this year. I'm going with Scott Dixon. For 93 WIBC Mobile News, I'm John Herrick.
So, Scott, are you going to be pulling a double on Sunday? You know, get the work in and then go check out your other team at night, or how does that work?
That's a plan. I'd love to. You know, I think if I win the race, I certainly want to go to the game 3 for sure. I actually went to the Pacers. I think it was when Nimhard hit the big 3 and broke all our hearts in the semifinals last year. I went to that game, and that was wicked. And the Gamebridge Fieldhouse there is unreal. It's such a cool spot. So I'd love to go back there again.
So, obviously, a lot of basketball talk, but you do have another job to do. So, what is the balance when, you know, the 500 is coming up and you're excited for it, but, you know, you probably want to rest, prepare. So, what are the nerves like? What's your routine look like when you're right there, but, you can't wake up tomorrow and race?
No, for sure. It's a big week because, you know, a big month. You live inside the track for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and the build-up's huge. Obviously, this is our Super Bowl, so you know you just got to manage your energy. And this is my 5th Indy 500 now, so I'm sort of slowly understanding what it takes to you know, like, look after myself, look after my body, enjoy the festivities, but at the same time know that I got to go out there and kick some butt. You know, so yeah. Look, I feel like I'm a lot more experienced with that now. Really excited what's ahead, and we've got a great shot at it this year, and really understand the cadence of the race. So. Just a matter of just putting it all together and hopefully have a little bit of lady luck and you find yourself in victory lane.
Scott McLaughlin right there. Right. So the lone Penske driver that got to keep the position. Now, he wrecked, obviously. And I'm kind of curious, right, because you get Newgarden and you get Power going to the back of the field. So you wonder if McLaughlin didn't have something similar going on with his ride as well, but he wrecked and nobody ever found that out. It's kind of like when your weed burns up in the house fire.
Interesting.
Is that a good analogy?
You know what?
If your weed burns up in the house fire, then you really never had any weed in the first place.
Well, that's not even science.
You didn't like that analogy? I thought you would like that.
Listen, I think the analogy is just fine.
No harm, no foul.
Right? But the idea that we don't, it's Schrodinger's cat. He is guilty and not guilty at the same time. It wasn't caught. You got to leave the guy be. But you know the power of Team Penske, as we've talked about over the last few years. We talk about Newgarden coming back. We talk about Will Power and his long history here. Scott McLaughlin, you feel is a guy who can be a contender?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he's going to have. To me, I would take him over. I would go with Will Power and Newgarden. Now, a lot of people are going Newgarden from the back of the field, but because nobody's ever won it from there, I would certainly go with McLaughlin more than I would either one of the other two Penske drivers.
That's JMV. I am Tony Katz. We are here on Pagoda Plaza, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, and Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center getting you to the track safe and sound. What's up, Matt?
Good morning, race fans. Southbound 465 at West 21st Street crash clear now.
yard of bricks, 2.5 miles of hot asphalt, 200 laps, 500 miles, 109 years of tradition, where drivers become heroes and heroes become legends.
Come on with an Dario Franchitti, AJ Foyt, John Cock, Rick Mears becomes
The tradition returns to May at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is Race Day.
Race Day in Indianapolis, and oh, what a day.
Brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store. It's the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 on 93 WIPC and 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
It is the 109th running. It is a sellout. And we are here at Pagoda Plaza. Tony Katz and JMV. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Terry Stacy up here.
Went on race day in Indy, 109th. Wild here today. Terry Crews was just over in Pagoda Plaza.
Did he flex?
Everybody screaming.
Did he flex? Did he do the
I don't
thing
think he
with his
flexed.
pecs?
He just moved.
Oh, just
You know,
swayed?
he just moved.
Right.
Over there
I
in
don't think
Pagoda
they knew he was
Plaza.
going to be here, did they?
I'm sorry.
They didn't know he was going to be here, did they?
I think that was a surprise.
Yeah.
I think that might have, or, you know, maybe not. Maybe
Yeah.
just a surprise to me.
You have done more of these races than me. I think you may have done more of these races than JMV.
Might have.
Is this sellout? Is it a different feel
It's a
through
sellout.
through all the races that you've been through, Terry?
This is, you know, it is phenomenal, and it does look like, beginning very early this morning when I was out on 16th Street, it was packed along 16th Street, people walking in, and it is an enormous crowd, well-behaved. It's, I'll tell you what, though, a little more dressed than usual. I haven't seen a lot of, you know, skimpy
It's
going
chilly.
on.
Ah,
you're
it's
not
a little
looking right.
chilly,
Which
a
is
little chillier.
incredibly unfortunate.
But boy, what a day. I'm telling you, it is fantastic. Just talked to the F-16 fighter jet pilots that will be making the flyover.
Yep.
And they're excited. They love being here. They truly said they have taken probably more than 6. They stopped counting, but they thought they have taken maybe 600 pictures because they feel so welcome here. Everybody wants to take a picture. All the fans want to take a picture of the military, and these guys, they stand out, and they said they just feel so honored and welcomed here in India. But that's how we do it.
They were practicing yesterday and then on carb day as well.
Yeah.
It's always amazing because you're going to get the thing here, but when you watch them practice, too, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
That is Terry Stacy. More from her for sure. Right now, Matt Baer in the WIBC Traffic Center. Getting people to the track. What are you seeing, Matt?
All right, we're looking at westbound 16th Street, and if you're coming in from downtown Indianapolis,
IMS track biscuits and gravy. David Letterman will once again give me the stink eye when I approach him for an interview. And Scott Dixon will win the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News. All right, you guys, we have just been on the red carpet, and with us is...
Brendan Lapp-Zubrod.
And you are...
An F-16 pilot for the South Dakota Air National Guard.
We're going to have the F-16 flyover. Is that you?
That is us, yep.
Oh, my goodness. And who's next to you? He'll be with you, too?
Yeah, this is Jockey Clay. He's another one of the pilots.
Yep,
Okay.
I'll be flying today, number 2.
Number 2. When will you leave and take off and get ready to go?
We're going to leave here in about half an hour, make our way over to the airport.
I think we all saw you rehearsing or practicing yesterday.
Right, yep.
There's nothing like it. What is it like from your perspective flying over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
It sounds better from outside the airplane than inside the airplane. There's a lot of behind the scenes with the timing to make sure everything looks good that's going on the radios. But our ultimate goal is to be over here exactly when we're supposed to be and make it look good for everybody else.
You've done this before, not maybe here, but someplace else?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I've
Other
done a few
races?
flyovers. Yep.
Okay. Listen, it is Memorial Day weekend. And when we honor those that have served and paid the ultimate sacrifice, what do you all think about, or what are you doing on Memorial Day?
So, we're honestly going to do everything, the same thing that everybody else does. One of our other pilots is from Fishers, which is just on the north side of town. And so we're going to go up to his parents' house and have a barbecue and everything. And really, Memorial Day is to celebrate the sacrifice that all the men and women that have come before us have made, and those that are still making that sacrifice to this day. So make sure on Memorial Day, don't forget that there's a reason that you get the day off from work. The reason that you get to have that barbecue, and it's because of all those men and women that have given their lives for our country.
Why did you want to go in the military?
I've always loved my country. I always wanted to serve. I've always loved airplanes, and so I got the opportunity to do both, to fly airplanes and serve my country at the same time, and I'm honored to do it.
Even though this is routine for you, it makes our hearts beat a little bit quicker when you fly over. For you too, honestly, I know you said a lot going on in your head, but you see us all.
We do, yep. We'll look down. We'll see. Usually the person who's flying the first airplane is looking out at the crowd and looking and judging the timing also with me on the radio and making sure that we're going to make it look good for everybody. So it's very exciting for us. As stressful as it is, we love to put on a good show for everybody and get them ready to race.
Can't wait. Thank you so much for serving, and we appreciate you. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. It's nice meeting you too.
Thank you, Terry. Welcome back to Pagoda Plaza. JMV and Tony Katz getting you set for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. I don't think we brought this up in the last hour or so, but keep in mind, this is Racers and Pacers Sunday for the first time in a long time at Indianapolis. The Pacers, 8 o'clock tonight, tip time for that game number 3 of 2 games to none, best of 7 Eastern Conference Finals against the Knicks. I think we may have some Knicks fans in the house. Somebody had told me maybe Guy, not you guys, but these so-called
terrible people.
No, yeah, the terrible ones. Kylie Jenner, I think, has been mentioned as maybe being here as well. I don't know anything other than I guess she has a profound number of followers somewhere.
The beauty of being the capital of the sports world today.
Yes.
The Indy 500, Game 3. I'm surprised everybody's. As a matter of fact, if you're not here, I'm not going to lie, loser.
Yep. Derek Jeter is here. We mentioned that, anybody that's ever played the Colts, Gronkowski, Brady, they're all here too. Keanu Reeves has been in here. I think Doug Bowles had mentioned Lenny Kravitz, who's also a Knicks fan, is also around in here as well. But 7 o'clock for me tonight. That's on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Kind of the pre-game for game number 3. And then you get Pat Boyle and Mark Boyle and Eddie Gill. They'll bring you in 7:30 until 8 for what is going to be a very big night coming up tonight from Gainbridge Fieldhouse following a very big afternoon here of racing at IMS.
Indianapolis is the capital of all things. Matt Bear is the capital of traffic. Getting you to the track safe and sound. What do you got, Matt?
All right, Tony, we're looking at southbound 465 on the west side, but keeping an eye on this all day as we've had some bad traffic moving from
Inside the Box store.
So this weekend started with no chance of rain to bother this fantastic race. Tony Katz, JMV, live on Pagoda Plaza for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. There was nothing that was going to cause a problem. And then JMV said, as we sit here in the Hensley Legal Group Command Center, it happens, hire Hensley, JMV put a cavork on everything and said, Tony, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think I see a little rain. And I said, JMV, you are a naysayer and a Debbie Downer. Well, sure enough, we hear from Matt Hiblin, our executive producer of Executive Producers, that there is a rumbling of possibly a couple of drops. So you willed this to happen, JMV.
I did not.
You decided there should be rain, and the next thing you know, there is rain.
Am I allowed to bring this up, though?
Maybe rain. We're not sure.
Did you see a certain blimp just fly over?
No, I saw no blimps.
Are we? Because that's kind of right.
But what's the issue? there are no blimps.
I'm not going to name what it is, but it just, yeah.
So everything is possible.
I was just kind of curious if it had people wide berth.
Well, I mean, the weather has been such a non-conversation of this race, and then all of a sudden, I mean, we certainly have the cloud cover. It's certainly been cool. Yeah. We've cracked 60 degrees at 61 right now in Pagoda Plaza. But if there is a slowdown in this race, if there is a stoppage because of rain,
any of that up.
You did, and so you caused all this to happen.
Don't blame this on me.
Who does this benefit? Or does it not benefit anyone? Does it all depend on where they are?
Benefit a damn soul here,
right?
We're all screwed.
Wow.
I don't want to be screwed.
Not you. Maybe people.
Oh man, we want this to go off without a hitch.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Racers and pacers, we have to have some cohesion here. You can't have cohesion otherwise.
All I'm saying is, you brought it up. Luckily,
Scotty, now it's going toward Greene County,
right,
where it should go.
Is that Greene County should get all the rain?
We need washed occasionally down there. So we'll run outside and soap up.
These conditions certainly make the racing faster. The engines stay cooler. These guys are able to get more going on there. You've talked to a lot of these drivers.
Can I be honest with you? I think this weather sucks.
Why?
It's awful.
Why?
I don't give a damn if it's supposed to, because it's no fun.
What do you mean it's no fun?
This weather's no fun.
These people are very, very happy.
This weather's no fun.
Are you saying that it's affected how people dress?
That may be part of it.
Okay. Well, I'm here to focus on the race.
Well, no, you're not. Nah, seriously. It can be a little. I mean, it doesn't have to be like March the 31st here, does it? Is that okay? That's what it feels like to me, March right now.
Is that what it feels like?
Yeah. So,
can I tell you something?
Sure.
You know, people are excited to be here.
I know they are.
It'd be great if you were one of those
I'm not trying to take
people.
away from that excitement. I just don't like the weather.
I think the weather is just fine. I think it's going to lead to a lot of speed.
Because you're trying to break down how it's going to help them go faster.
Right.
I think they'd go faster if I was sticking 75 degrees instead of 59.
It's 61.
It's not 61 out here.
It's
There's
61.
0 way.
It's science.
That thing is so damn lying to you right here. It's not even funny.
Gosh.
61.
Show me on the dollar.
I think it's closer to 16 than it is to 61 out here right now.
See what the problem is? You lost the weight, and now I said earlier. Now you're cold.
Problem. I can't drink. I can't sit in the cool. I can't do anything anymore.
Unbelievable.
I have no rear end. It hurts my butt to sit here. I'm a mess.
Oh. What? Honestly, I'm gonna eat some more fried. The people, the official caterer here, Jugs, brought us an entire platter of fried chicken, and the engineering staff ate every bit of it.
Well, I would too, man. I saw Devin ate about 9 pieces when I saw him down there. Hey, by the way, Carl, who's producing the show back there,
right?
They have to get, for my pick to win this race, a special song ready to roll whenever I make that pick.
Okay, so
Carl,
you have
can
to
you
tell
do that
him.
for us? Hopefully so. He probably won't jump on.
No, producer Carl. No, he can't. He won't tell you the pick yet. That is coming up.
Yeah, showbiz, you got to get ready.
Our predictions are coming up right now. Matt Baer is in the WIBC Traffic Center, getting you to the track.
All right, West Side fellas, looking at southbound 465, and it's been backed up all morning, and it continues to be so. Looking at this stoppage of traffic after West 40.
Fees apply.
This is race day.
The rookie driver will lead the field to the green flag.
The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
The crowd is just huge.
Bustling.
For anything we want to talk about the race, the crashes in qualifying, everything that has happened, the penalties, the story of Rob Schwartzman taking the pole, none of it compares to the feeling of being here on Pagoda Plaza, the people still pouring in. Sellout? It feels like it. This is the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. I am Tony Katz. That is JMV. We are on Pagoda Plaza at the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. And you know what? You may want warmer weather.
I do.
JMV, and I'm not going to tell you.
I just want to be
don't.
shirtless. And I can't be shirtless
no
like
one's stopping you. No one's. If you were a man, you'd be shirtless right now.
Yeah.
It is not dampened a single spirit. These people are upbeat. These people are excited. These people have a cocktail. These people are doing all right. Even Tyrese Halliburton noted Game 3 is going to be wild. People are going to have a couple drinks and make their way to Gamebridge. It is Pacers and Racers. Game 3 tonight at 8 o'clock. Be sure to catch JMV at 7 for that pregame. This is what May looks like. This is what May feels like. And if there was ever an ad for this race, for this track, for this city, for this state, it is right now. Do a flyover over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is nuts.
No, I would agree, too. And I'm not going to count every last person here, but there is no way that this is not approaching 350K, as Doug Boles had mentioned, too. And it is an incredible crowd, and you're right about this. I mean, it's no matter the weather, you're right. It is greatness that we witness every single time we come here. And I think it's even raising the bar higher considering what we have seen here recently, especially since the 100th, because this is by far the largest crowd.
And the work that they have done, that Penske has done, Mark Miles and Doug Boles, this team, to create this excitement, one has to believe that the idea of sellout isn't going to be the rarity. This could very well be the standard, especially when you see the level of celebrity that has appeared, and not just you, JMV.
I know it.
This is the place to be. This is the excitement.
See, I would have thought Keanu Reeves would come over here because we could maybe get a reboot going with Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
They've got part 3 coming out.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be good together. I could be the Ted. Which one was Bill and which one was Ted?
I'm not sure.
But yeah,
I believe that Bill was the dumb
that.
one.
Well, I mean, I'd fit that role really well.
And then
typecast for that.
And then Ted was also the dumb one.
Hey, I did want to mention this too, Tony, because I don't want to forget. We have such a great group, a support staff here in engineering and in producing. We mentioned Carl, Matt Himlin back in the studio. David Wood also was certainly helping guide us here. But Scotty J, Dev got up out of their camper in the Coke lot. He is here as well.
Fine work.
Cam and Nick and Ken and David, just a great group. We are so fortunate to have this group behind us every single time we do this, and I cannot talk about them and mention them enough as to why this is such a good time and it sounds so good.
Right.
You know, even beyond our analysis and our conversation, these guys make it happen. I can't thank them enough.
John Herrick and Ryan Hedrick, Terry Stacy, Nick Cottengim. Everybody is out doing their job. Jarrett Lewis, Johnette Cruz, incredible group of people. More is coming up, our predictions as well. The 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 here from the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley, JMV, Tony Katz, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC. And Matt Baer has got traffic.
What's up, race fans? Looking at southbound 465 to West 38th Street. That exit ramp is backed up. And when you get to West 38th and start to move towards Moeller Road, that's going to be jammed up.
209th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Welcome back, everybody. Pagoda Plaza, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, 93 WIBC. Tony Katz, JMV, as we're going to take you to the top of the hour and get you set for the greatest spectacle in racing, the Hensley Legal Group Command Center at Happens Higher Hensley is our location right now. Our picks are coming up in less than 10 minutes before we're out of here. This reminder, we have racers, we have pacers, 2-zip, best of 7, blue and gold, Knicks, Cambridge Fieldhouse. They got games 3 and 4. Tony and could very well set themselves up, as they already have, with 2 wins at NYC, to possibly sweep. We also should note, out west, you've got Minnesota, you've got OKC, and OKC looks really good, but all that matters right now is what's going on to the east. And the Pacers, Tony Katz, firmly in the driver's seat.
Let me tell you, you know I was born in Brooklyn. You know I grew up in Jersey. I am so willing to throw the Knicks out with the trash. Like they were throwing at Pacers fans. Remember, if you see a Knicks fan, you say hello, welcome to Indiana, spend your money, get out as fast as you can. That's exactly what you tell a Knicks fan, because we don't do those kinds of things here. That is not who we are. Absolutely not. But I'm happy to dismiss them, and I only hope that you are right, that it is a sweep. Because that is nice. Because I could use a Pacers broom.
Yeah. Well, listen, the Knicks are going to come out and play. I would expect their best basketball early on in Game 3 later on tonight. But if you're able to do anything to punch back, and especially early, I think you can take a little bit of spirit and will that they may have. Because, Tony, they've gone through a couple of different things so far here. They've gone through the heartbreak of that game number 1. Right. And then down the stretch having the Pacers pull away in Game 2. So it's been a couple of different ways the Pacers
Do you think they're
won.
tired?
There's no doubt they're tired. I think at the end of games, they're absolutely tired. And that's the part of what the Pacers do. That's their physicality in wearing you down, especially if you're Tom Thibodeau and you're basically going 7, maybe 8 deep at best.
When I was growing up, New York was the city that never sleeps, and now it's the team that's kind of sleeping. Yep. That's how things have changed.
Well, you could see Tom Thibodeau went with Mitchell Robinson late in that game the other night instead of Karl Anthony Towns, more of the offensive threat, because Karl Anthony Towns can't guard you, which has been problematic for the Knicks in this series so far.
I can take it to the hole.
Not knowing your basketball skill set, I'm just guessing right here. But we'll see what adjustment that he makes tonight, because certainly outside of Brunson putting up threes, I mean, they don't have a lot going on, but I would expect their best effort to date early on in that game. The Pacers have just been too good so far.
I don't know why you doubt me. I can shoot like Angel Reese.
Okay.
Matt Bear has got traffic from the WIBC Traffic Center. That's right. That's how cold we get around here.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
Southbound 465 on the west side. If you are exiting 238th Street or Crawfordsville Road, yeah, you have a backup right now in those lanes.
109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Coverage brought to you by Quality Supply and Tool in Indianapolis, Bloomington, Jeffersonville, and Lafayette. QualitySupplyandTool.com. Think outside the box. Store.
Pagoda Plaza. We've done all we can to get you ready. It's time to hand it over and listen to the greatest call in sports, the greatest radio team you have ever heard outside of JMV and myself. I'm Tony Katz. That is JMV, 93.5, 107.5 The Fan, and 93 WIBC. From the Hensley Legal Group Command Center, it happens. Hire Hensley. It's time, JMV.
Yes.
4 predictions. It's time for you to tell Indianapolis, nay the world, how wrong you are with your choice. JMV?
Yes.
Who will win the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500?
All right, I thought about this long and hard. There have been many great bands out there. I don't know if I've ever seen a band on the side of a car. He is looking for his first win from Meyershank Racing. He is very Swedish, and the band on his car is not ABBA.
What?
It's not Ace of Base. But, Carl, it is Creed, the rock band, and Felix Rosenquist will be the first-time winner riding with Scott Stapp and Creed for the 109th running of the greatest spectacle in racing. Craig and Carl. Felix Rosenquist.
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I've heard lousy reasons for picks before, but that's the worst.
You want your arms wide open instead?
Oh gosh, I do not.
Okay,
hey, do you have any train there, producer Carl? We can play.
Hey, listen, you put train on a car, I might pick them too. You never know, right?
Well, you are picking
Felix Rosenquist
to win it all.
Meyershank Racing.
I don't think that's a bad pick.
He's
just
a little
for the sake
nugget of a
picks.
dude, but he's a great guy. He's
right?
like this big, yeah.
But both JMV and I did not go with the pole sitter.
No.
Rob Schwartzman. The crowd pick has clearly been Pato Award in the outside of row 1. For me, my pick, because I have a better track record than you, JMV, knowing more about sports as I do. And we haven't not even discussed how fast Connor Daly's car was, moving from that 20-plus spot all the way up to number 13. And maybe he should have been a fast 12 guy. But if you're talking about who's going to win the 109th running, the only answer is 3. Hit it, Carl.
3 is a magic number.
Takuma Sato is going to win his 3rd Indianapolis 500. It is written in the wind, not 1, not 2, the 3rd time. A magic number, as Schoolhouse Rock has taught us. Past, present, future, it's all coming together. You can cut it now.
You've
Carl.
lost about 5 generations of fans right here with
what
that,
are you
too.
kidding? I have hit all the nostalgia buttons, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, there's no way you're going to
Takuma
get Schoolhouse Rock is going to take anything over Scott Stapp and Creed.
Honestly,
Nothing.
if the people have class, and they do, clearly I am correct. Honestly, driving with a fractured rib, being able to take a car that they had to kind of Frankenstein together, that guy is unbelievable. This is his race.
Not happening.
Oh, it's
We're going
totally
to
happening.
Sweden for Felix Rosenquist. And the state of Florida with Creed.
You just have to stop.
I can't do it. I can't.
Too much yacht rock, man.
Too much yacht rock, yeah.
That is JMV. You catch him weekdays on 93.5, 107.5 The Fan from 3 to 6 p.m. And always a pleasure to do
Love
this
doing it with
you.
Thank you, buddy.
Always a pleasure. You catch me on WIBC 6 to 9 and 9 to noon. We've done our part. Now it's up to 33 drivers, and it's up to you to have a fantastic time. Matt Bear is going to get you here safely. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you to every one of our sponsors here from the Hensley Legal Group Command Center. It happens. Hire Hensley. Matt Bear has traffic.
All right, fellas, looking at southbound 465 on the west side. Stop traffic before West 38th Street, exiting to West 38th Street in Crawfordsville Road. The northbound side slows into Crawfordsville Road and a little